Okay? Okay, thank you. It's okay? Okay. Zara, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
think we can now call it a good morning. And once it's good, it can start walking. So if we settle down,
The President of the Pan-African Parliament has already called the House to order, and I would like the protocol and ushers to settle honorable members in the chamber. His Excellency Chief Fortune Zephaniah Charumbira, President of the Pan-African Parliament, and honorable members of the Bureau of the Pan-African Parliament, Honorable Refilwe Mtsweni Tsipane, Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces and Head of the South African Delegation, Her Excellency the Special Envoy of the Chairperson of the African Union Commission on Women, Peace and Security, Honorable Annelie Lotriet, Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Pubalan Govender, Deputy Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, chairpersons and members of the joint bureaucracies of permanent committees and caucuses of the Pan-African Parliament, House chairpersons of the National Assembly and National Council of Provinces, respectively, honorable members of the South African Parliament and the Pan-African Parliament, Mr. Xolile George, the Secretary to the South African Parliament in absentia, esteemed captains of industry and distinguished members of the business community, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. I wish to bid a good morning to all honorable members of Parliament from both the Pan-African Parliament and the South African Parliament, and distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Lindiwe Khumalo. I have the honor of being the Master of Ceremonies for this important event, the P20 Symposium of Speakers of African Parliaments. This symposium follows on and builds upon the debate on the theme, Harnessing Parliamentary Diplomacy for the Realization of Global Solidarity, Equality, and Sustainability, which was held in this very chamber on Friday, the 25th July 2025, in which honorable members from both the Continental Parliament and the National Parliament of South Africa debated the role of women and youth in inclusive parliamentary diplomacy and how these otherwise marginalized voices can find their place in global development discourse. For today's proceedings, the order of business is as follows. First, there will be an opening ceremony in which we shall hear the opening addresses of the Honorable President of the Pan-African Parliament, Honorable Chief Fortune Charumbira, and Honorable C. Froelich, House Chair Committee of the Republic of South Africa. This will be followed by a presentation on the overview of the objectives of this symposium, which will be presented by Honorable Froelich, the House Chairperson Committees of the Republic of South Africa. And after this, and as directed by the co-chairs, there will be a group photo and coffee break. Following the coffee break, honorable members will be invited to the first session, which will be a thematic session on the topic trade justice and improved global market access for African agricultural products. This will be presented by two lead interveners, Honorable Bira Debe, House Chairperson, International Relations of the NCOP, Parliament of the Republic of South Africa, and Honorable J. Bideri, Chairperson of the Permanent Committee on Trade, Customs, Immigration Matters of the Pan-African Parliament. An open debate will follow this presentation. Thereafter, there will be a second plenary session, which is also a thematic session, which will be presented by two lead interveners, Honorable C. Frolick, House Chairperson Committees of the Parliament of the Republic of South Africa, and Honorable G. Sakata, Chairperson of the Committee on Rural Economy, Agriculture, Natural Resources, and Environment of the Pan-African Parliament. An open debate will again be opened on this theme. The third and last thematic plenary session for the day will be on the subject of predatory mining and promoting ethical resource governance. The two co-conveners of this discussion will be Honorable Zed Majozi, House Chairperson, International Relations of the Parliament of the Republic of South Africa, and Honorable G. Sakata, Chairperson, Committee on Rural Economy, Agriculture, Natural Resources, and Environment of the Pan-African Parliament. After this, the symposium will again break for tea to return for a closing ceremony in which the summary of the symposium will be presented by the co-chairs of this meeting. And a joint communique will be read for adoption. This will bring the proceedings to a close. Honorable members, having presented the order of deliberations for the day, it is now my honor to call upon and invite the Honorable President of the Pan-African Parliament, Honorable Chief Fortune Charumbira, to deliver his opening remarks.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Clerk of the Pan-African Parliament, Ma'am Lindwe Kumalo. May I now follow the protocol as laid out. The chairperson of the National Council of Provinces of the Republic of South Africa, Honorable Efiri Mchoini Tsipane, our Vice Presidents of Pan-African Parliament, Dr. Habib, Dr. Gayo, who are present this morning. But just for the sake of those who are not part of this parliament, we have 4 vice presidents. 2 are on a mission. The Deputy Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces of the Republic of South Africa, Honorable Les Govender, the Deputy, it's the other way around, the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly of the Republic of South Africa, Honorable Dr. Anneli Lotriet. Members of Pan-African Parliament, chairpersons at Pan-African Parliament and at the National Assembly and National Council of Provinces, respectively. Other honorable members present, Honorable Ambassador Chechu Manono, ambassador of Cameroon to Ethiopia. I don't know whether he's in the chamber. Not yet. But in case he's sitting somewhere, he's welcome inside the chamber and sit on the front row. Excellencies, ambassadors who may be present, the clerk, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, on Friday, as mentioned by the clerk, we met in this fashion. Members of Pan-African Parliament and members of the global South African Parliament with the two chambers and their leadership on Friday. We continue today in this symposium. We should be taken seriously because the opportunity for Africa in South Africa to host the G20, I think should be taken seriously by Africa. It should be taken very seriously by Africa itself. And all of us from Africa should stand and make an input. Should stand with South Africa and make an input into the whole process so that the outcomes benefit us all. There are different ways that the citizens of Africa can make an input and influence the outcomes in November. Some in various sectors, in the health sector, mining sector, infrastructure. They are also, those key players are also moving to make sure that they take this opportunity seriously. Transport sector, others are meeting to talk about transport, trade, you name it. Then the parliaments want to ensure the voices, aspirations of our people are also taken on board. So we as parliament, whilst others in industry, in whichever sector, are also preparing their inputs, we take a citizen's perspective of development in Africa. And we hear, we listen from our citizens. We know, we hear every day what our citizens always cry for. So using the parliamentary framework, parliamentary mechanism, we should also ensure that we make an impact. A parliament has its own portfolio committees and other structures which contribute to the development of the continent and our communities. So we gather here as parliamentarians. We gather here as parliamentarians from the two chambers, three chambers actually, because South Africa has two chambers and Pan-African Parliament. We are saying, can we put across, can we project the aspirations of our people in all areas of life, all aspects of life? This G20 should benefit us because that G20 thing is the 80% of the global GDP. Within the G20, you find the 80% of the global GDP. So it's serious business that we also make sure that we are into it and we are not left behind. So the various topics for today are intended to reflect and speak to the aspirations of our people in terms of trade, in terms of markets of various products, agricultural products. What are the aspirations of our people? Again, we will be engaging our minds on the issue of climate change. mitigation, adaptation, and how this then should feed into the G20 thing. We'll also look at issues of mining, natural resource management, a very sometimes emotional matter that Africa has the best of natural resources in the world, not only in terms of quantity and the quality. We are the best, but we don't have much to show to our citizens as to where all these minerals on the continent, all these natural resources are going. This gathering today is meant to harness your brains and as representatives to ensure that we make the correct input into the processes leading to the final outcomes of G20. I will not go on. These things will on and on. You know, during the debates, let the issues be debated and come out from this gathering. I'm not here to tell you, to lecture to you, but I'm just here to say the road we are walking is the true north. So my role is simply to show the true north in terms of why we are here. And on this note, I say thank you very much. Every Friday I forgot again. I think it's my responsibility. It's my responsibility to request my co-chair. We've mentioned two parliaments, so both of us, South Africa as a parliament with two chambers, PAP, Pan-African Parliament, leadership, will co-chair this symposium the whole day. There will be two chairs. So may I invite my co-chair, the chairperson of the National Council of Provinces of the Republic of South Africa, Right Honorable Refilwe Mtsweni Tsipane. You are welcome. We are always learning, and I'm lucky I'm learning. The chairperson of the Council of Provinces, the one I asked to come and my co-chair, is requested that Honorable Frorick, I'm right? So, Frorick, Honorable Frorick, I need to say who you are. Honorable Frorick is the House Chairperson of Committees. Yes, House Chairperson of Committees will deliver the speech on behalf of. You're welcome.
His Excellency, the President of the Pan-African Parliament, Honorable Chief Fortune Charumbira, the Vice Presidents of the Pan-African Parliament and members of the Bureau, Honorable Speakers of Parliaments, the Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, and the Honorable Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, the Honorable Presiding Officers of Parliament in the Republic of South Africa, the House Chairpersons, my colleagues, honorable members of the Pan-African Parliament and members of the South African Parliament, the Secretary to Parliament of the Republic of South Africa and the Clerk of the Pan-African Parliament, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I will deliver the address of the Honourable Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces under the theme, Harnessing Parliamentary Diplomacy for Realization of Global Solidarity, Equality and Sustainability. On behalf of the Parliament of the Republic of South Africa, we wish to express our warm greetings to the honourable members who are present as we welcome this opportunity to address today's symposium for the African continent speakers of Parliament in this ordinary session of the Pan-African Parliament. We do appreciate and acknowledge the speakers of parliaments and parliamentarians, as well as members of the public who will be joining us on various online platforms. The Speaker of the National Assembly, the Honourable Stoko Dediza, is currently unable to join us due to international commitments at the IPU in Geneva. I would like to take the opportunity to thank our co-host, the President of the Pan-African Parliament, members of the Bureau, the Clerk and Secretariat, for your facilitation, coordination, and co-hosting of this important symposium. Your hard work and dedication beyond the call of duty did not go unnoticed by our people on the continent. The P20 Symposium that will be hosted by the Parliament of the Republic of South Africa aims to harness parliamentary diplomacy for the realization of global solidarity, equality, and sustainability. This symposium is convened to unite diverse perspectives of African viewpoints on critical and thematically G20-focused topics that relates to trade, climate, agriculture, debt, technology, mining, peace and security, amongst others. The symposiums seek to create and promote clear positions that reflect the continent's priorities and challenges of the past, the present, and the future. Through the strengthening of communication and collaboration amongst African presiding officers and parliamentarians, we aim to redefine and advance the role of African parliaments, lawmakers, and instruments of representative and participatory democracy. In so doing, this symposium seeks to foreground a Pan-African perspective and consciousness amongst our parliamentarians on the continent, ordinary citizens, fostering meaningful dialogue on the global stage. The world continued to grapple with its linear gaze on the promise of Euro-modernity, often overlooking its darker aspects, now being unmasked to pave the way for a better world. Accordingly, we convened the symposium as part of the build-up activities involving various stakeholders with the goal of developing and issuing a joint communiqué containing actionable recommendations for the 11th P20 Speakers Summit. This symposium further aimed to promote political, socio-economic, cultural unity, self-reliance, and self-determination of Africa, the Africa that we want, as highlighted in the Agenda 2063. According to our youth parliamentarians, it must initiate a confrontation and deliberate conversation capable of truly restoring Africa to itself as part of the community of nations. It is within this context that this interactive session today is convened as a festival of ideas, complementing the youth and the women-focused sessions that took place last Friday. These build-up sessions, in our view, recalibrate and reinvoke the battle of ideas as a form of intellectual praxis that captures and seizes the meaning of this moment as emphasized by the youth. It is important for us to contextualize today's symposium in terms of the political and social dynamics that confront us. It is critical for parliamentary diplomacy, especially in the context of realizing and reinvigorating our efforts, to the exploration of opportunities and possibilities presented by the P20 and G20 summits that will be held for the first time on the African soil. The pain, suffering, and human indignity remain central to the lived experience of our people that they are confronted with on a daily basis, as it manifests itself in rising levels of poverty, unemployment, and inequality. The people we serve increasingly question whether we truly represent African parliaments that are capable of championing Africa's interests in our own terms as a unified force. Or do we instead bury our heads in the sand in the face of global powers who are pursuing their own national interests that relegate Africa to a junior partner at the negotiation table? This moment must be guided by a deep understanding of the continental and global issues that are resurgent, insurgent, and evolving. It must also prompt a shift away from the persistent features of the post-colonial nation state, where continuities of oppression continue to be felt, experienced, and lived under conditions of supposed human freedom. This means changing the very quality of freedom, developing the capacity to delink from the persistent features of a colonial matrix of power, a mission that history has entrusted on us. As highlighted through the thematic areas, addressing today's issues, African parliaments are challenged to rethink and enhance better ways to exercise parliamentary influence through upcoming international platforms which serve as critical spaces of diplomacy. In our current geopolitical climate, marked by multiple interconnected and interlocking crises, a truly Pan-African Parliament must assert itself and its interests through mutual cooperation and collective agency. We must recreate a transformative agenda by maximizing the potential of transformative parliaments that are deeply involved in and rooted to the core issues affecting our people, especially women, youth, the elderly, the disabled, and other vulnerable groups. Africa faces the challenge of mobilizing its intellectual resources and eliminating the phenomena of hate and despise. The women of the Pan-African Parliament argued in the previous discussions that took place that men who are naturally meant to be protectors of women very often find themselves on the other side, that thrives at times on domination and exploitation. We need to bring back the balance and responsibility of all of us. John Stoltenberg, in his essay Towards Gender Justice, characterizes this phenomenon as a society created by standards and norms where male identity serves as the benchmark for power, prestige, and privilege. We are therefore challenged to envision and script new approaches that critically address and transform the power relations that sustain and reproduce these damaging standards. It's thus a call for parliamentarians who are deeply committed to a society and sector-wide rediscovery of our shared humanity, achieved through a deliberate praxis of learning to unlearn in order to relearn. In this context, we engaged in a historical and contemporary dialogue deeply rooted in long-standing assumptions about human nature and progress. As we strive to level the playing field, our current initiatives must focus on dismantling structures of domination, recognizing them as an unsustainable path for ourselves and future generations. It is an established fact that imperialism and various processes that reinforced colonialism, highlighted by the renowned historian Walter Rodney, created formidable structural barriers blocking Africa's economic, political, and social advancement. However, this doesn't absolve us Africans of our ultimate responsibility for development. Dominant systems of market capitalism have forcibly asserted permanency, virtually eliminating the alternative consciousness. According to the Egyptian economist and political thinker Samir Amin, we live in a world in crisis characterized by the collapse of growth in productive investment, a notable decline in profitability, and persistent disorder in international economic relations. Honorable members, of course, it is important that we need to end armed conflicts and rebuild African unity from the bottom up. This is the perennial question if we are to achieve sustainable livelihoods. Honorable members, the question is thus: how do we concretize the spirit and value of global solidarity and unity as the logics of separateness and separation still persist? This calls for a new consciousness, an Africa we want, one that can inaugurate and embrace true equality. The fear of equality is not a sustainable path for humanity. Thus, through a more sustainable future for all, we must enact the politics of repair in line with the AU theme 2025, justice for African and the people of African descent through reparations. This politics acknowledges both the political and psychological impacts of dispossession. It is what we characterize as Africa's rebirth, redefinition, reawakening, and a turn for self. This symposium therefore provides an opportunity to elevate both old and new conversations, moving towards united Pan-African parliaments, geared for new possibilities. As the Honorable President of the Pan-African Parliament indicated in his speech, the priorities for this symposium will, amongst other, focus on agriculture, climate change, as well as mining. It is essential for us to rethink new policy interventions that parliaments can advance to support beneficiation in the mining sector, improve environmental justice in terms of the discussions on climate change, as well as looking at sustainable economies and communities on the African continent, all being future-focused. Let us therefore seize this opportunity to shape global policies that impact the continent. We cannot, honorable members, afford that the P20 and the G20 become just another event on the African continent, and then thereafter it's business as usual. We can no longer remain passive recipients of policies, knowledges, systems and values imposed from elsewhere. This calls for united positions on key issues that will be discussed here today. The difficult questions this symposium must address are, amongst others, how do we achieve more unified positions? Secondly, how do we better champion common interests in international forums? And thirdly, how do we align these efforts with continental goals? The P20 and G20 must thus, respectively, be influenced to critically ensure that the exploitation of our resources rather conform to our own standards than standards set by other nation states. Our approach should be guided in a spirit of solidarity and repair, recognizing the development dialectic that has historically contributed to Africa's development processes. In conclusion, perhaps evaluating our failures from a more political standpoint is needed so that we know where we're moving to. Equally, perhaps the way we think about change has also got to change. This also came out clearly in the Women and Youth P20 briefings that took place last week, we are in a struggle against colonialism, neo-colonialism, and its misrepresentations. We are forced to think how to live in times of radical uncertainty, where some feel betrayed by the present. Honourable members, speakers, fellow Africans, on behalf of the Parliament of the Republic of South Africa, towards the build-up to the 11th P20 Speakers Summit, we submit this invitation for dialogue, contributions, collaboration, and collective agency. Indeed, another world is possible. Nkosi sikelele Africa, God bless Africa, a luta continua, and we thank you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, co-chairs, for those remarks. The President setting out the opportunities that are before us to make a contribution to the G20 under the presidency of the Republic of South Africa, and emphasizing the role of the Pan-African Parliament in bringing in the citizen perspective into the conversation, amongst others, and the co-chair for calling upon us all to harness the opportunities provided by this platform, and calling upon this space to be one of active democratic conversation leading to the assertion of Africa's interests in the global arena. Honorable President, at this time, I would again invite Honorable Floric, House Chairperson Committees, to the podium to present the overview of the symposium objectives.
Now, thank you, Clerk, to the Pan-African Parliament, and also to the President of the Pan-African Parliament for hosting us this morning. The key elements of the P20 that will take place in the South African Parliament later this year will be forged around the participation of all of us. South Africa is the host of the P20. Our Parliament will be enriched by the discussions that will be taking place here today. The focus of today's discussion on three thematic areas around climate change, mining, and agriculture are some of those key issues that are very close to the people of Africa. There's a new race taking place with regard to the importance of Africa. So Africa, with its high percentage of young people, high percentage of women, and the potential that it holds, especially in terms of critical minerals that we have on the African continent, will form the basis of one of the inputs that one of our members of Parliament, the House Chairperson, Majosi, will be making. We have seen in the past how the superpowers of the world continuously divide African countries, and we witness it on the international stage when all of us, at one stage or another, participate in international forums, where we come across as being pulled apart for different reasons, sometimes for very narrow self-interests. And instead of pursuing a common agenda, we get caught up and we are led into other outcomes that's not in the interest of Africa. In terms of climate change, we must be aware of what is happening, where the Western countries are leading the discussions in this field. And the focus has shifted now to reporting on the outcomes of previous climate change conferences. And this year's climate change conference will be what we call a reporting conference, where all the signatories to the Paris Agreement will be requested to come and report on how and what are they achieving in terms of their national determined contributions, the NDCs. The question we as parliamentarians must ask in that session is, where are we in our parliament as far as that discussion is concerned? Or are we going to go to another conference simply to be scripted and to be told this is what the outcome is and this is how we will engage with Africa? In terms of agriculture, we have vast potential to feed our own people first. We have all the resources necessary. We do have the water, we do have the climate that can foster dynamic intra-Africa trade to take place. And that will be a key element of the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement that is in place. So the future is in our hands. The parliamentarians, the elected representatives, so that when we convene in Cape Town later this year with other parliaments from around the world, the South African Parliament can make an input from an informed position, enriched by the festival of ideas that we expect here today to come from all the participants. We look forward in terms of the outcome declaration, Mr. President, that it will pave the way for a clear outcome in the P20 that ultimately can feed itself into the G20. We are mindful that we must collaborate amongst BRICS countries. We are mindful and we must be aware of previous outcome documents that sometimes just disappear when the conference is over without having any tangible outcomes and influence in Africa's position in multilateral forums around the world. So we look forward to the participation of everyone, and we hope and trust that we as Africa, we as Africans, we as African parliaments will seize this opportunity to ensure a better world and a better Africa for all our people. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Frolick, for setting out the objectives of this meeting. In terms of our program, there will now be a short break for two purposes. First, for a family photograph that will be taken outside this chamber. We'll exit the chamber, past the foyer, and to the right as we exit, on the lawn to the right will be the setting for the family photograph. Immediately after that, there'll be a short time for coffee, after which we'll resume. Under the direction of the co-chairs, all honorable members are invited to be back in their seats by 11:15. Thank you.
20 years ago, in March 2004, the Pan-African Parliament was established as a legislative body of the African Union with a vision of fostering unity, peace, and prosperity across the continent. Today, we celebrate 2 decades of its journey and achievements. The establishment of the Pan-African Parliament amongst the African Union organs signaled a historical milestone and perhaps the most important development in the strengthening of the African Union institutional architecture. It laid solid grounds for the democratic governance and oversight within the African Union system and provided a formal platform for the peoples of Africa to get involved in discussions and decision-making on issues affecting the continent. The genesis of the Pan-African Parliament can be legally traced back from 1991 with the adoption of the treaty establishing the African Economic Community, adopted on the 3rd of June 1991 in Abuja, also known as the Abuja Treaty. This treaty defined the pillars and grounds of realizing economic development and integration in Africa and called for the creation of a continental parliament amongst a set of organs as tools for the realization of African integration and economic development. This call was re-emphasized in the Sirte Declaration of 1999, which called for the accelerated implementation of the provisions of the Abuja Treaty. At the time of the transformation of the Organization of African Unity into the African Union, the Constitutive Act of the African Union, in keeping with the vision of the signatories to the Abuja Treaty and the Sirte Declaration, set out the AU institutional architecture, which included the PAP. The Pan-African Parliament celebrated its 10 years of existence in March 2014, a year which coincided with the adoption on 27 June 2014 in Malabo, Equatorial Guinea, of the Protocol to the Constitutive Act of the African Union relating to the Pan-African Parliament, PAP Malabo Protocol, which once in force will transform the PAP into a quasi-legislative body of the AU. While the PAP Malabo Protocol requires 28 ratifications for its entry into force, it has to date been ratified by 15 AU member states with 21 signatures. For the time being, the PAP continues to operate under the Sirte Protocol, which defines its mandate. 6 parliaments have been inaugurated since 2004.
So we cannot revolutionize the situation of Africa if we don't take the women seriously and don't change the work of women into a better, with technology, applying technology and science.
À cet effet, je sollicite la participation active et sans réserve des parlementaires nationaux, régionaux et panafricains à soutenir la position commune et unique de l'Afrique côté des gouvernements africains, car l'enjeu n'est plus technique, mais politique. Il s'agit d'affirmer le soutien des parlementaires que nous sommes à tous les échelons régionaux pour que vive le protocole de Kyoto pour la survie de notre continent.
The Pan-African Parliament remains a platform for African people and their grassroots organizations to make an input into the decision-making process on the challenges and problems facing our continent.
La première leçon que je tire, c'est que le Parlement est en bonne voie. La deuxième leçon, c'est que nous avons pris un certain nombre de résolutions, notamment cette résolution concernant la ratification du protocole de Malabo, qui fera du Parlement panafricain un organe législatif. Et nous pensons que ce message doit aller dans chaque État partie pour que nous puissions ratifier.
We've gone some way in reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating the Pan-African Parliament in line with our own strategic thrust. We have a lot of issues on this continent. As people have confidence in us, they are simply saying, you are the right people to push the agenda of the continent. And the agenda of the continent is littered with a lot of challenges.
The PAP has made commendable efforts in promoting the ratification, domestication, and implementation of the AU Shared Values Instruments, including the ratification of the African Charter on Democracy, Elections, and Governance, African Union Convention on Preventing and Combating Corruption, African Charter on Values and Principles of Public Service and Administration, African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the Rights of Women in Africa, amongst others. The 20th anniversary commemoration serves as a platform to educate citizens about the PAP and ignite conversations about the future of the Continental Parliament in line with its mandate. The occasion further serves as a reminder to decision makers around the continent to fulfill their commitment to the PAP by ratifying its revised protocol, now 20 years after sanctioning its establishment. The Parliament has embarked on a process of reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating itself to outline a vision for the future, identifying key areas for improvement and expansion, and emphasize the role of the Parliament in the African Union's Agenda 2063 and other regional development initiatives. It's time to reflect on the journey and chart a path forward. "20 years ago, in March 2004, the Pan-African Parliament was established as a legislative body of the African Union with a vision of fostering unity, peace, and prosperity across the continent. Today, we celebrate 2 decades of its journey and achievements. The establishment of the Pan-African Parliament amongst the African Union organs signaled a historical milestone, and perhaps the most important development in the strengthening of the African Union institutional architecture. It laid solid grounds for the democratic governance and oversight within the African Union system and provided a formal platform for the peoples of Africa to get involved in discussions and decision-making on issues affecting the continent. The genesis of the Pan-African Parliament can be legally traced back from 1991 with the adoption of the treaty establishing the African Economic Community, adopted on the 3rd of June 1991 in Abuja, also known as the Abuja Treaty. This treaty defined the pillars and grounds of realizing economic development and integration in Africa and called for the creation of a continental parliament amongst a set of organs as tools for the realization of African integration and economic development. This call was re-emphasized in the Sirte Declaration of 1999, which called for the accelerated implementation of the provisions of the Abuja Treaty. At the time of the transformation of the Organization of African Unity into the African Union, the Constitutive Act of the African Union, in keeping with the vision of the signatories to the Abuja Treaty and the Sirte Declaration, set out the AU institutional architecture, which included the PAP. The Pan-African Parliament celebrated its 10 years of existence in March 2014, a year which coincided with the adoption on 27 June 2014 in Malabo, Equatorial Guinea, of the Protocol to the Constitutive Act of the African Union relating to the Pan-African Parliament, PAP Malabo Protocol, which once in force will transform the PAP into a quasi-legislative body of the AU. While the PAP Malabo Protocol requires 28 ratifications for its entry into force, it has to date been ratified by 15 AU member states with 21 signatures. For the time being, the PAP continues to operate under the Sirte Protocol, which defines its mandate. 6 parliaments have been inaugurated since 2004.
So we cannot revolutionize the situation of Africa if we don't take the women seriously and don't change the work of women into a better, with technology, applying technology and science.
À cet effet, je sollicite la participation active et sans réserve des parlementaires nationaux, régionaux et panafricains à soutenir la position commune et unique de l'Afrique côté des gouvernements africains, car l'enjeu n'est plus technique, mais politique. Il s'agit d'affirmer le soutien des parlementaires que nous sommes à tous les échelons régionaux pour que vive le protocole de Kyoto pour la survie de notre continent.
The Pan-African Parliament remains a platform for African people and their grassroots organizations to make an input into the decision-making process on the challenges and problems facing our continent.
La première leçon que je tire, c'est que le Parlement est en bonne voie. La deuxième leçon, c'est que nous avons pris un certain nombre de résolutions, notamment cette résolution concernant la ratification du protocole de Malabo, qui fera du Parlement panafricain un organe législatif. Et nous pensons que ce message doit aller dans chaque État partie pour que nous puissions ratifier.
We've gone some way in reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating the Pan-African Parliament in line with our old strategic thrust. We have a lot of issues on this continent. As people have confidence in us, they are simply saying, you are the right people to push the agenda of the continent. And the agenda of the continent is littered with a lot of challenges.
The PAP has made commendable efforts in promoting the ratification, domestication, and implementation of the AU Shared Values Instruments, including the ratification of the African Charter on Democracy, Elections, and Governance, African Union Convention on Preventing and Combating Corruption, African Charter on Values and Principles of Public Service and Administration, African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the Rights of Women in Africa, amongst others. The 20th anniversary commemoration serves as a platform to educate citizens about the PAP and ignite conversations about the future of the Continental Parliament in line with its mandate. The occasion further serves as a reminder to decision makers around the continent to fulfill their commitment to the PAR by ratifying its revised protocol, now 20 years after sanctioning its establishment. The Parliament has embarked on a process of reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating itself to outline a vision for the future, identifying key areas for improvement and expansion, and emphasize the role of the Parliament in the African Union's Agenda 2063 and other regional development initiatives. It's time to reflect on the journey and chart a path forward.
Honorable members, please return to the chamber for the next session. Honorable members, please return to the chamber for the next session.
Honorable members and distinguished guests. Honorable members and distinguished guests, I invite honorables to take their seat and for the ushers to assist our special guests to settle down. May I call the House to order, please? I trust that we have all had a pleasant short break and we're ready to proceed with the next session. But before we do so, we'd like to acknowledge a few guests. Special guests. I will introduce one and defer to the Honorable President to recognize any other guests. I would like to recognize Mr. Luca Di Presso, representing the European delegation to the African Union in the Federal Republic of Ethiopia. If he may, by direction of the President, be brought into the chamber. Thank you. I now return the floor to the Honorable President to recognize the other guests.
Are they here? I don't see them. Sorry? Which ones? There's only Manu who was this side. I think he's going to his card with books. Let's proceed. He's not yet here.
Right, the guest will be invited at a later stage. At this point in the proceedings, we'll move to session number 1, thematic session number 1, on trade, justice, and improved global market access for African agricultural products. The first speaker is Honorable B. Radebe, the House Chairperson, International Relations, NCOP of the Parliament of the Republic of South Africa, and I invite him to the floor.
First of all, thank you to the program director, the clerk of the PAP. I salute the president of the Pan-African Parliament, also his team, the vice presidents and everyone who's with him, together with him. The chairperson of the National Council of Provinces of the Parliament of the Republic of South Africa, honorable members of the Pan-African Parliament, speakers of African parliaments, and distinguished guests. This is not going to be a speech. What we expect more is to get the input from the various speakers from the various countries, so that the inputs which we are going to put it here will be able to deal with it in the P20 Parliamentary Summit in Cape Town, so that it can feed up to the G20 meeting which is going to happen. Honorable Clerk, As we gather here to discuss ways to tackle challenges facing African continent's agricultural sector and explore opportunities, specifically in relation to the market access for agricultural products, it is important to emphasize that the role of agriculture plays in development of the livelihoods of the people of the continent. The agricultural sector is an important and strategic sector for African economies and the livelihoods of its citizens. More than 70% of employment in Africa is within the agricultural sector, and smallholder farmers contribute to the majority of the continent's farming activity. This means that Africans are more dependent on income from the agricultural sector than any other sector. For the African continent, agriculture is one of the strategic priorities to foster sustainable economic growth, employment creation, food security, and poverty reduction, particularly when viewed from the crucial perspective of the development of smallholder agriculture. Sustainable agricultural growth among smallholder farmers is deemed to be a necessary condition for improving national and household food security, as well as reducing rural poverty. Therefore, growth and development of the agricultural sector is crucial for the overall development of the continent, particularly in rural areas. Globally, there's a consensus on the important role of the agricultural sector in driving economic growth and food security. However, its growth has been impacted by lack of access to finance, impact of climate change, and challenges in accessing markets, including climate change mitigation policies and interventions. The lack of agricultural finance is a constraint to development, as it constrains cash flow available to purchase inputs and limits investment in productivity-enhancing technology. Lending to the agricultural sector, particularly for smallholder farmers, can be difficult, costly, and risky due to the risk associated with production, transport to market, and access to the market. These risks are exacerbated by the growing impact of climate change on the sustainability of agriculture, impacting livelihoods for food security and trade. Climate change typically affects productivity and can alter comparative advantages. For example, a country may no longer be able to produce a certain product at a lower cost, as the consequence cannot export the excess supply to the competitively. In terms of accessing markets, many African countries had preferential access to markets such as the European Union, United States, and the United Kingdom. However, recent developments, including the introduction of tariffs and barriers to trade, are threatening the sustainability of the continent's agricultural exports to these markets. These factors contribute to the current position of being a net importer of agricultural products despite the availability of its natural resources. As the pioneers of African Renaissance in Africa, the former President Obasanjo, President Mbeki, they emphasized that Africa must be able to stand on its own. Africa must be able to feed its own people. So we cannot allow a situation whereby a country with such vast resources cannot sustain itself. The continent with such vast resources cannot sustain itself. Because which continent in the world has so much sunshine per annum? Which continent has also have so much rain? So it means that those contributing factors are actually providing a fertile ground for food production. But it is not happening here in Africa. We must look strictly. What are the causal factors for that? Hence, trade in agricultural products is essential to drive employment, economic growth, and development in the African context. However, trade barriers hinder this. I'm very happy that our partners in the EU, the UK, they're here, so that they can hear the challenges that we face, so that as we interact as partners, we are able to resolve the problems that we are facing with. The first issue which inhibits trade on our side is the issue of the tariffs. We know very well that most of our countries export to these first world countries. But if those first world countries are going to impose tariffs, it means that the products which are coming from the African continent are not going to be competitive in the countries where they are sold to. So it is high time that as a collective, we address the issues of tariffs because it makes our exports less competitive in the destination markets. The second one is the issue of sanitary and phytosanitary measures. Stringent health and safety rules pose formidable barriers. While SCPS regulations serve legitimate public health goals, they can also be applied in an overly restrictive ways and prevent imports from the other countries. African exporters, especially of fruit, vegetable, fish, and livestock, must comply with the strict residue and hygiene standards. If we are going to take our citrus fruit from South Africa, because of the citrus black spot, when they have to go to the EU, they have to be quarantined for about 25 days in a refrigerated conditions. That one immediately is a cost to the farmers, to the producers. The price, because to refrigerate these things for 30 days is a lot of money involved. So it means that by the time those fruits land where they're supposed to be, they'll be higher in cost compared to the local produce. The non-tariff barriers such as regulations on quality, packaging, labeling, and environment may hinder access to the markets. We know very well that in the EU we have what is known as the carbon adjustment border mechanism. This one is troublesome. I remember one time when coming to the side of South Africa, one of the European countries said that because of the issue of carbon footprint, we must start selling our wine using tanks. It means that we must ship our wine out of South Africa in tanks and go to the other side. But immediately it has an impact, because when we're speaking about the wine industry, immediately in the value chain of the wine industry, there's bottling. In that bottling, there are a lot of jobs which are being created. So if we had agreed to that, it means that it was an opportunity cost for our winemakers in South Africa, but because through negotiations, through discussions, we were able to resolve that, and the system is still as it is now. The other serious problem, that's why that as the African speakers, we must discuss that, the issue of subsidies. We know very well that the first world countries heavily subsidize their farmers. They heavily subsidize their farmers. So it means that by the time they produce and they sell to us, they don't sell at a cost price. They are selling it at less than the cost price. So it means that they are going to displace our products. So it's high time that as our counterparts, let's deal with the issue of subsidies. Because how they have what is known as input subsidies, price support, price support. This subsidy keep domestic prices low. As a result, imports become less competitive in that market. That's the effect. So if we are going to say we are moving towards, as a united world, as a global economy, we must ensure that those subsidies are really dealt with in a responsible way. But as parliaments, we have also the responsibility to take. We must call on international partners for technical assistance or funding to support smallholder farmers to improve access to the technology and agricultural extension services. Our international partners, I'm happy that some of them are here in the House, and call on international partners to support initiatives to mitigate against the impact of climate change on the agricultural sector. We know that the worst affected continent in the world when coming to the climate change is Africa. But it is not Africa which contributed to these emissions which are leading to the climate change. Why must Africa suffer so much when they contributed the least on the issues of the climate change? So we need support from the side of our international partners, so that the Paris agreements which were made, they must be honored, because we cannot be treated equally as if we contributed in the same way in integrating the environment. We must also engage our counterparts in the United States on the adverse impact of higher tariffs. It has imposed on countries, including many African countries. So what we'll expect here is that as parliamentarians, let's send delegation to the Congress and tell them what impact are those tariffs having to our people. Because they cannot say that they are for free trade, market economy, but at the same time, they keep us on the leashes. So I think that as parliamentarians, we must do that. I remember that when we were still fighting apartheid, to the young lawyers on my left, is that the late President Ronald Reagan, the late Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher, they refused actually to support the sanctions against the apartheid South Africa. But it was the ordinary MPs on those parliaments which were able to change the tide, So also here, as the parliamentarians, as the speakers, as MPs, we have a responsibility to play. We have to go and engage our partners on the other side. You'll find that a lot of them, they don't agree with the policies which are being advocated by their executives. What is also very important here is that we know that America itself gave us, as Africa, a very good window of opportunity of growth through the Africa Growth and Opportunity Act, the AGOA. That act was very important because it means that a lot of our goods were able to go to the biggest economy in the world, duty-free. But with the issue of the tariffs coming in now, basically, this thing is being wiped off. So it is the responsibility of the speakers to go and speak, and the parliamentarians to go and speak with the members of the Congress in America, so that Africa needs that. It needs that AGOA. Because yes, we can diversify, but it's a fact that at this point in time, the biggest economy in the world is America. So it means that we must continuously engage with them in a proper way. And then we must also engage our counterparts in the EU and its environmental protection of policies that impact agricultural sector. Persuade our EU counterparts to reconsider the inclusion of smaller, less developed African countries in these policies, to allow for longer transition periods, particularly in this sector that is dominated by smallholder farmers who may not have the resources to comply with the regulation policies. I think that one is very critical. We know very well that there are countries here, sometimes whose budgets depend upon the donors outside. How are the farmers there on the ground going to be able to mitigate and adapt very quickly if they don't get support from our counterparts? And then, but what is very important here is that as an African continent, we must really use the multilateral institutions. When coming to trade, we know very well that the World Trade Organization is where the decisions are taken on tariffs. It means that, as the chairperson's speech of the NSUP said yet, is that we must go as a collective. Even in the jungle, the lions do not hunt, a lion does not hunt alone, but they go as a pack. I think it's high time that as the African countries, we move as a pack, so that when we go to the WTO, we ensure that the decisions which are taken are in favor of our conditions here in Africa. One exploration option to address these challenges, it is important that we also explore opportunities, noting the African countries have diverse agricultural products, many of which are able to compete in the international markets. We know very well who's the biggest producer of cocoa in the world, who's the biggest producer of timber, who's the biggest producer of maize. It is here in Africa. So I think that that's why that as the African countries, we must club together and ensure that we come with the commodity prices which are going to be favorable to us. That's why when we go to the G20, we must appeal to our partners in the G20 that they have to rise with us. South Africa has done something extraordinary. As the president of the G20, it's not going there as South Africa, but it's going there as the African continent. That's why the impulse which must get from here, that's what must feed in as we move forward. Improving market access requires a multi-pronged approach. As we look for markets outside the continent, we should also look from within. Intra-African agriculture is significant. It has a potential to be fully exploited. In 2024, intra-Africa trade in agricultural products was approximately 21% of the continent's total trade. This is an anomaly. But this anomaly comes on the fact that we were colonized for many years. That's why when we look at even at our infrastructure, in all the countries, the infrastructure was developed in such a way that it was going towards the ports, so that whatever is extracted from the African continent goes to the colonial masters. But it's high time that we, as the African parliaments, we as the MPs of Africa, are able to promote intra-Africa trade, because it is the only region in the world which is not so integrated. You can go to Asia, go to EU, go to Mercosur. There's a very strong integration. In Africa, I think that the region which has got a semblance of strong integration is SADC. I think that we must build upon that, so that we ensure that there's integration within the African continent, so that we sell amongst other. We look at the competitive advantage. Let's take, for example, if Cameroon's timber cannot be processed there in Cameroon, why not have regional value chain there, so that we have companies even in the other countries to process that timber into furniture. You go to Uganda, we process that timber into furniture instead of taking the raw timber out of the continent and bring it back as finished product like furniture. When you speak about cocoa, we know very well there's nothing which is consumed like chocolate in the world. So it means that here there's an opportunity as an African continent that we have a regional value chain around cocoa, so that we ensure that when it goes outside the continent, we ensure that it is processed. Given the extent of existing agricultural trade in the continent's efforts should continue towards improving intra-Africa trade as envisioned by the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. That agreement is very critical, but it's only us who can make it to live. It's only us who can make it to be realized. So that Continental Free Trade Agreement must be done. Therefore, Parliament should facilitate market access for agricultural products by passing budgets, by approving funding, and should oversee the implementation of the programs. It's very clear. We said that the smallholder farmers don't have money. They don't have financial support. But who approves the budgets in all the countries we're in? It is us. So let us ensure that as the executive present their budgets in our parliaments, we ensure that it speaks one to the support of our farmers, in particular through the infrastructure development. Because when you speak about the handlings of the goods, I'll make an example in South Africa. We sell a lot of fruits to China, the avocados. But in order for us to sell those fruits there, we must package them as if we are packaging the eggs. So it means that for a smallholder farmer, where will that person get the money to be able to buy those packages? So I think that our parliaments must be able to stand up steady, so that we tell our executives that these things must be integrated in the various budgets. And then we must ensure that the access to finance, particularly for smallholder farmers, mitigate the impact of climate change by building climate resilient infrastructure, harmonize sanitary and phytosanitary standards, and remove non-tariff barriers. There's one thing which you can learn from the EU. Any product which enters in one country in the EU, it will never be subjected again in the next country as if it was entering the EU. So I think that as the African continent, that's what we must do. The African Continental Free Trade has laid a foundation for this. Therefore, it is up to member countries to ensure implementation. African parliaments and their members can play an active role in shaping global trade dynamics by engaging in diplomacy and advocacy. The P20 platform provides an ideal opportunity to do so. I know very well that this is a tough call which I've made here, that we must just integrate overnight. But in such circumstances, I recall the founding president of democracy in South Africa. He once said, "It all seems impossible until it is done." I think that here, this collective can be able to do it because our partners are here with us. Let us engage them. Let us articulate what we expect them to do so that we can take and propel South Africa and Africa to the higher growth levels through the agriculture. Because which continent, which country can have dignity if its people are hungry? But we can do that. I think that through agriculture, we can make that difference. Thank you.
Honorable President, I would like to thank Honorable Khatebe for sharing his perspectives on the thematic topic of this session, and without further ado, invite his co-presenter, Honorable Senator J. Bideri of the Pan-African Parliament, Chairperson on Committee of Trade, Customs and Immigration Matters, to also offer his. Thank you.
Your Excellency, the President of the Pan-African Parliament, all protocols observed, I'm very grateful and happy to be given the opportunity to make a presentation on trade, justice, and improved global market access for African agricultural products. The African Union Agenda 2063 places great importance in the role that trade plays in developing economies and recognizes that trade is a powerful engine for economic growth and development. The African Continent Free Trade Area, AFCFTA, which the Pan-African Parliament through the Committee of Trade, Customs and Immigration Matters collaborates with very closely, is one of the flagship projects on Agenda 2063, Africa's Development Framework. The AFCFTA was approved by the 18th Ordinary Session of Assembly of Heads of State and Government held in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, in January 2012, which adopted the decision to establish an African Continental Free Trade Area and action plan for boosting intra-African trade as a key initiative whose implementation would promote socio-economic growth and development. To achieve trade, justice, and improved global market access for African agricultural products, a multi-pronged approach is needed. This includes addressing trade barriers, enhancing market access through strategic partnerships and export promotion, and ensuring fair trade practices. Furthermore, improving agricultural productivity, investing in infrastructure, and fostering regional and international collaborations are crucial for sustainable development. What opportunities does Agenda 2063 provide for trade and sustainable development? In Africa, barriers to trade have resulted in a fragmented regional economy that has over time positioned Africa's role in the global market as fundamentally being a raw material or commodity supplier in exchange for manufactured goods, and rendering the continent's share in global trade insignificant. The challenges arising from continually fluctuating commodity prices and Africa's limited value addition to its natural resources renders Africa vulnerable to the external shocks derived from export dependence. My previous speaker highlighted this as a very big challenge to the continent. Within the framework of Agenda 2063, the African Union has developed continental frameworks and flagship projects aimed at adding value to Africa's commodities, reducing and removing barriers to intra-African trade, and creating a larger market for African goods and services amongst the population of over 1 billion people. The AU initiatives in the trade sector are seen as key to inducing investments and pooling African resources to enhance structural transformation and the development of regional value chains, boosting employment opportunities, increasing food security through reduction of trade barriers on agricultural products, and increasing competitiveness of African industrial products through harnessing the economies of scale of continental-wide market. The Agenda 2063 flagship initiatives, the African Continental Trade Area refers to a continental geographical zone where goods and services move among member states of the African Union with no restrictions. The AFCFTA aims to boost intra-African trade by providing a comprehensive and mutually beneficial trade agreements among the member states, covering trade in goods and services, investment, intellectual property rights, and competition policy. Other continental frameworks include boosting intra-African trade, also known as BIAT, which aims to deepen Africa's market integration and significantly increasing the volume of trade that African countries undertake amongst themselves from the current levels of about 10 to 13% to 25% or more within the next decade. And the Action Plan for the Accelerated Industrial Development of Africa, AIDA, which aims to mobilize both financial and non-financial resources and enhance Africa's industrial performance. To ensure better management of its commodities and natural resources for the benefit of Africa's people, and to drive economic growth, the Agenda 2063 Continental Commodities Strategy aims to identify, formulate, and drive the implementation of policies and programs that will enable African countries to add value, extract higher rents from their commodities, integrate into global value chains, and promote vertical and horizontal diversification anchored in value addition and local content development. The strategy envisions a commodity-led industrialization which focuses on developing Africa's commodities as a driver for enhancing the structural, social, and economic transformation of the continent. The African Mining Vision, AMV, is the AU framework which aims to promote transparency, social responsibility, and tax compliance in the extractive industry. The AMV calls for the transparent, equitable, and optimal exploitation of mineral resources to underpin broad-based sustainable growth and socio-economic development. Ladies and gentlemen, what benefits does AFCFTA avail for trade justice and improved global market access for African agricultural products? The AFCFTA aims at accelerating intra-African trade and boosting Africa's trading position in the global market by strengthening Africa's common voice and the policy space in global trade negotiations. Improving global market access for African agricultural products is crucial for boosting economic growth, enhancing food security, and promoting industrialization on the continent. This involves addressing trade barriers, reducing agricultural subsidies in developed countries, and strengthening regional and international trade relationships. How does trade contribute to food security? The contribution of trade to food security has been debated very widely. According to the proponents of protectionism, some degree of trade restriction is necessary to promote local production and attain food self-sufficiency, which would yield food security. At the other end of the spectrum, proponents of trade liberalization consider trade paramount for food security, as it allows people to access affordable and more diverse food, thus improving food security and diets. Recent crises such as the Russian-Ukraine war and the resurgence of non-cooperative trade policies in key countries have intensified the debate, and more countries are now calling for food self-sufficiency or food sovereignty. In this section, we shed light on both sides of the debate by considering the relationships of trade to each of the 4 dimensions of food security, availability and accessibility, stability and utilization. The first channel through which trade impacts food security is availability. The objective of opening a country to trade is to increase the quantity of foods available to consumers, either by complementing or replacing local production. Trade contributes to both the intensive and extensive margins of availability. That is, it both increases the quantity of products that are readily available and introduces new varieties. In addition, in a context marked by climate change and shifting competitive advantages, supply disruptions can be expected in many areas of the world. Trade can be critical for mitigating the impacts and maintaining the supply of food products under climate change, especially in Africa, where the impacts are expected to be significant. However, the opponents of trade liberalization often argue that the contribution of trade to food availability is ambiguous and the strategy is risky, given that dependence on world markets transmits global price shocks to local markets and creates market volatility. In addition, some global markets are highly concentrated around a few exporting countries, and when a crisis occurs, these countries turn to restrictive, non-cooperative trade policies with negative impacts in net importing countries, which are, of course, mainly from the African continent. In conclusion, promoting trade justice and improved global market access to African agricultural products is crucial to fostering economic development and food security on the continent. This involves addressing barriers to trade, such as tariffs and non-tariff barriers, and ensuring fair prices for African farmers. Initiatives like Market Access Africa 2025 aim to accelerate trade and investment in agri-food sectors by addressing some of these challenges. So to address trade barriers and promote trade, there's a need to reduce trade distorting subsidies by developed countries reducing agricultural subsidies that distort global markets and negatively impact African farmers. The other one is to strengthen trade agreements by negotiating and implementing trade agreements that provide preferential market access for African agricultural products and ensuring fair competition. Thirdly, promote transparency and accountability by ensuring transparency in trade practices and hold all actors accountable to adhering to fair trade. In terms of enhancing market access, there is a need to diversify export markets by actively pursuing opportunities for exports to new markets, reducing reliance on traditional partners. Secondly, develop export promotion mechanisms by utilizing tools like national pavilions, trade missions, investment and trade initiatives to increase visibility and access for African exporters. Thirdly, improving infrastructure by investing in infrastructure, including transportation and storage facilities to facilitate the efficient movement and storage of agricultural products. Fourthly, strengthening the quality of infrastructure by investing in quality infrastructure, including laboratories and testing facilities to ensure products meet international standards. In terms of fostering sustainable agricultural development, there is a need to increase agricultural productivity by promoting the adoption of modern farming techniques, research, and technology to boost agricultural productivity and competitiveness. Secondly, support smallholder farmers by implementing policies and programs that support smallholder farmers, including access to credit, inputs, and markets. Thirdly, promote regional integration by strengthening regional trade and market integration through initiatives like the African Continental Free Trade Area. Fourthly, by investing in human capital, by investing in education and training programs to develop a skilled workforce for the agricultural sector. In terms of the AU initiatives, the African Continental Free Trade Area, which is seen as an ambitious initiative, aims to create a single market for goods and services across Africa, boosting inter-African trade and socio-economic development. With those few remarks, I want to thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Senator J. Bideri, for those remarks. Honorable President, at this stage of the proceedings, there will be an open debate led by the co-chairs of this session, who are the first Vice President, as authorized by the President, the first Vice President of the Pan-African Parliament, Honorable Fatoumata Habib, together with her co-chair, Honorable Frolic, House Chairperson of committees in the Parliament of South Africa. Before they take the floor, I'd just like to mention that speaker lists or registration forms for speaker lists have been circulating in the room. We have received a number of speakers. However, the speakers have not identified the session to which they would like to speak. There are quite a number of them, but I do defer to the chairpersons of the co-chairs of this session to determine the order in which the members will be called. With these words, Honorable Habib and Honorable Floric, I hand over.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على النبي الكريم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. شكرا السادة الرؤساء، شكرا سيدة الرئيسة، ورحب بضيوفنا الكرام كل باسمه وجميل واسمه.
I would like to welcome all the participants and members. I would like to appreciate the presentations that were delivered to the House, and I would like to give the floor as well to the honorable members in order for them to give their opinions. Without further ado, I'd like to call on honorable member Amina Ali Idris from Chad to deliver his opinion. Thank you.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Thank you, Chair, for giving me the occasion to talk on commercial justice and the relationship on the international market of African agricultural products. I would like to thank all the speakers for their very edifying papers. I would like to say that Africa is one of the largest global producers of cocoa, coffee, cotton, tropical fruits, cashew, and other sources of agricultural wealth, whereas these products leave our continent in their raw state. They are sold at very meager prices, and without us being able to make the most of our products. Let's take the example of cocoa. Africa produces 70% of the global quantity of cocoa, but only processes about 5%. The chocolate which we consume, which we import, is often processed in Europe, and the added value is gotten. It is similar for the Gabonese wood, coffee, cashew from Ivory Coast, and sesame plant from Sudan. These goods are sold raw and imported as finished products at prices that are multiplied by 5, 10, or even 20. This economic reality is unacceptable. That's why we have this question: how can Africa strengthen its commercial advocacy so as to eliminate these unjust barriers while upholding local production of these agricultural products? Local processing is the key. It will enable us to give value to our goods before exporting them. It will reduce unemployment by creating local processing factories, and it will encourage rural entrepreneurship and build a resilient and competitive economy. Our advocacy is supposed to target the elimination of subsidies on goods from the north, opening international markets of African processed goods, massive investment in infrastructure, transformation, or techniques of agro-industrial zones, and upholding the African continental free trade values. While focusing on this, we would be able to choose dignity, creation of values, and growth or employment for our young people. You would agree with me that the African youths are often poorly treated and in quest of employment in other continents which are generally not treating them well. If we succeed in processing our goods locally, we'll be able to solve this problem for our young people. Thank you very much.
Merci, l'honorable. La parole.
You, Honorable, would like to give the floor to Honorable Sibongil Mamba from Eswatini.
Thank you, Chairperson. I would like to first thank the planners for organizing this symposium. The information that has been disseminated is helpful for African countries. It is high time that we have our own produce and processed according to the needs of our countries. I've been having a tough time sometimes that our countries, especially the youth, which is unemployed, they fail sometimes to engage themselves in agriculture. And if we promote the agriculture, employment will be created. And as Africans, we need to support each other when we process these foods, because sometimes the food comes from other countries, they cross the oceans, whereas in Africa we have enough land, we have enough resources, and we can even make profits out of our agricultural products. The resources that we need, sometimes we find that we are not aware that the money is available to produce such as food for agricultural purposes. But if we have our own laws, we have policies, and these policies disseminated to the youth, we can have a lot of people engaged in agriculture. This will also help the women and youth stop the gender-based violence because they have no money, they tend to be violent. Sometimes the one who is giving out money at home will have a lot of things to say about the money. As a result, they kill each other. I think having employment will help the youth and women have a better life. On the issue of tariffs, I don't think that tariffs will be available if we trade amongst ourselves, because the Africans will be free from the tariffs that are being introduced. As parliamentarians, I think it's high time that we have the children's rights. The children's rights sometimes are not implemented in the right way, because when we grew up, we were taught a lot of skills like farming. But if you have to wait for a child to be 18 years before you start working, and you call that child labor, this is returning us behind, because we cannot help the children to grow. We cannot make them like agriculture, because by the age of 18, you have your own choices, what you want to do. And I am sure that in Africa, if we engage in agriculture and put the resources where they are expected, like having some dams for climate change, because as the climate change is there, sometimes the growing season becomes winter, and whereas we are now used to that, our autumn is at this time, our spring is at this time, so it makes us not to have enough food. And for everyone to be self-reliant and have a sustainable Africa, we need to sit down and plan as we are doing. And I think the information we got today, we will take it to our respective countries and ensure that there are policies on agriculture. Thank you.
The next intervention will come from the Honorable Bertie from Côte d'Ivoire.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Honorable President, Mr. President, dear colleagues. I would like to heartily thank the two presenters who presented very clear papers on the topic for discussion this morning. First and foremost, given that we oftentimes register to take the floor before knowing the content of presentations, I did register, but like Honorable Radepe said, we are here attending a forum which should incite us to give ideas. So I'm seizing this opportunity to ask him to touch on an issue which was not sufficiently presented on. And as my colleague, Honorable from Rwanda, said, this has to do with education. I would like to mention that as somebody from the Education Committee, all these things are very pertinent to me. You cannot talk about the quality of a product, access to markets, etc. Access to markets is closely related to the quality of products that we propose. Africa's major problem lies in the fact that we focus on things upstream. We need to work on fixing the situation downstream. Africa's major problem is production. I am an Ivorian. In Côte d'Ivoire, we have a president who invests in buying tractors and heavy machinery for the processing of goods. But if you do not have any truck drivers, nobody who is trained to use these tractors on the farms, nobody is trained to process goods in laboratories, how are we going to meet such an objective? So what we aim for as Africans would be that we should engage in training our young people sufficiently. Young people stay idle and they travel around because they are idle. But if we attempt to propose something to them, they would stay put. We have less professional training in our country, on our continent. Let us really ask our governments to invest more on vocational and technical training. When we talk about technology, you have baseline technology, and agriculture requires this basic technology for the processing of goods so that we do not export our goods in their raw state. So I would like to draw the attention of all present that we should do something about this in our respective countries. We should work hard in our countries to ensure that we have more vocational training. We should make sure that our children get registered in technical schools where they can learn food processing and the processing of our raw materials. For instance, in Côte d'Ivoire, our colleague from Chad said this: we are the world's leading producer of cocoa. We are the world's leading producer of cashew nuts. We also produce a good quantity of palm oil, a third rubber producer in the world. But our major challenges lay in the fact that our produce is actually exported in its raw state. In the past couple of years, we have been able to have a number of technical schools built, and we hope that in the next 5 or 10 years, the trend would be reversed. And this would be common practice in Africa. When we come here, we speak of one Africa, one voice, but African strategies should be harmonious. If we wish to have a strong and a respected Africa around the world, Africans need to work together in view of developing a strategy for themselves, be it a production strategy in the agricultural sector or other strategies for training, so that Africa has homegrown experts. In this session, we heard about artificial intelligence, which was abundantly discussed. What do we do to really stand out at the world level by mastering artificial intelligence? To obtain anything, we need to really get involved in sufficient training. We do not have any certification agencies. Companies which certify products are not African agencies, so it becomes even more difficult for African countries to have their products certified. These institutions need to be built in Africa and managed by Africans. Countries need to really work hard to have their own food certification agencies. If we do not have the requisite technology to produce quality products on a continent, our products will always be kicked out or underrated for poor quality so that they would be sold at giveaway prices. So I would like to conclude, Chairperson, dear colleagues, by saying if we hope for a strong and respected Africa, we should really live by our slogan, one Africa, one voice, one objective and common united action. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Merci, Monsieur l'Honorable.
Thank you, Honorable Member of Parliament. I will now give the floor to Mr. Harmel Jadi Abouzine from Mauritania.
Madam Chair, Mr. Chair, my colleagues, I will speak in French.
Deux présentateurs qui ont fait un exposé.
I would like to thank the two presenters who really have touched on issues of trade concerning the African continent. I would have a statement which would touch on 5 major points. It would present the painful truth of Africa and the remarks of the fact that Africa, which is supposed to feed the whole world, imports more than 5% of what we have. This needs action and quick action. Honorable members of parliament, we have reached a decisive point in our history. The dynamics of world trade are getting tougher by the day. As we all know, trade barriers are getting very tight because of issues of environmental and climatic challenges. You see, Africa is an economic giant which is asleep. You see, our lands are tired. Our people are discouraged, even though we have a huge market. What should we do? We should start by having access to what we call food self-sufficiency and sovereignty. This is the ability to feed our own selves. Africa imports over 5 billion worth of food supplies. This kind of dependence actually towards our food sovereignty. We cannot hope for political or economic or strategic sovereignty if we count on others to feed our own children. In the face of all the crises that we face, food sovereignty is not a luxury. We should have food self-sufficiency and sovereignty, and this must happen now. This requires support to small producers who are in majority on the African continent. We also need to set laws to encourage local productivity, and we need to equally modernize our agricultural infrastructure, which today is quite obsolete or inexistent in some countries. The next aspect touches on the demographic dividend. We need to use our population to farm more. Our youth are the wealth of our continent, and these people leave our countries for lack of jobs. We need to come up with a plan for the support of young people. We need to really engage more in digitalization, boost agro and agri-production, create value chains to avoid the import of chocolate on our continent, whereas we farm cocoa here. We should also create facilities for credits and loans for our people. If we equally want to benefit from our demographic dividend, we need to give land to our young children, making it possible for them to use the land and for their benefits. The third point touches on intra-African trade. We need to do away with trade barriers on our own continent. 21% of trade between African countries, 21% of trade across the world happens outside of Africa. Africa cannot continue to export cocoa and import chocolate at high prices. So we need to really use the AfCFTA as a lever. We need to also harmonize our health facilities and invest more in agriculture and resilient corridors which are supportive of our climatic conditions. You see, agriculture is the basis for African unity. Agriculture, trade, and climate justice, etc. Agriculture is the backbone of our integration. So there needs to be a link between the Sahel and the Nile Valley, Cape Coast, and Carthage. So we need to really bring added value by supporting cooperatives and ensuring that we build a competitive trade on the African continent. I have a number of concrete proposals that I would like to make to my colleagues. I would like to propose that we should set up a Pan-African Fund for Agricultural Resilience to support trade in the face of climatic shocks. We also need to launch adopt a diplomatic approach which we propose to the G20, we also ensure that there should be environmental justice based on dialogue. In conclusion, the time for action is now, and audacious action at that. History only offers opportunities to those who are daring. Africa can feed the world if we feed ourselves first. We need to overhaul our laws in view of transforming our potentials into strength. The Pan-African Parliament is the voice for 1.4 billion people. We should be worthy defenders of this fight. The Pan-African Parliament is the voice of 1.4 billion people. Africa doesn't need pity. We need access, and we need to work together. Thank you so much.
The next intervention will be from the Honorable Bouab from Tunisia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I will speak about trade and how to enhance access to markets. My question, what do you mean by trade justice? It means that's to have a fair return for what we export of agricultural products. One of my colleagues said that more than 70% of workers are in the field of agriculture. Yet our products are being sold at a very low price. So we cannot have those people, we cannot have those farmers out of poverty with this very cheap price for our products. Mr. Chair, I will speak about some possible solutions. First, we have to have education units specialized for this issue in our African countries. We have also to introduce technology. Second, we have to work on restoring our regional agriculture genes and to stop purchasing other seeds from abroad. As if here we are facing another sort of colonization, which is agricultural colonization. So we have to restore our regional seeds or genes for agriculture. We have also to support our training centers with the recent technology in this regard, and in order to get out of traditional to developed agriculture methods while keeping the regional genes of our agriculture in the African countries. If we reclaimed the lands surrounding the Nile, and then we gave those lands to our farmers, we can achieve a world food security, not just African food security. One of the solutions also that we might explore is to review the rules or conventions or agreements of trade that were concluded during colonization time, and that, of course, those were for the interests of colonized countries. They are for years and years, and now they're being renewed with the same conditions being imposed on us. Lastly, we have to explore new markets to purchase our products with fair prices in order to enable ourselves to develop, to achieve development, and to reach the needed and required technology without having political dimensions here. We have to focus on our African markets and also we have to improve all means of transportation in order to make sure that our products reach their destinations. And lastly, here, which is very important, is to change mindsets. It's not, we cannot just have those or some products or products to guarantee some people stay in power. Products or trade change has to be for the interest of people, not for the interest of countries or power. Thank you. Thank you, Honourable Member.
Now give the floor to Honourable Patrick from Uganda.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson. I would like to begin by appreciating the presenters, the Honorable from South Africa and our own Honorable John B. Daly, for your narratives and contributions to the debate. Mr. Chair, many of our colleagues have highlighted that as Africa, we have a domestic market of 1.5 billion people. We also boast of 65% of uncultivated arable land on this continent. We would have been one of the biggest contributors to the food market on the globe. Unfortunately, we contribute less than 10% as a continent. Now, with our little contribution, we face often the tariffs from the big boys, and they will continue doing so. It's high time we change our strategy if we were to be more meaningful. The big boys have started coming for our uncultivated land. They come, we just lease it to them. They do farming here. How about if our governments change the strategy at a time when we are demanding reparations, the social injustices? We must be talking about negotiations around research and development in the agriculture sector. Until a time when we've invested enough in research and development by ourselves, then we will talk about our participation in the market. Mr. Chair, we have been known for being a raw material producer on the continent. We often give away the jobs that comes with the products that we give, and we end up sending our children, our people, young people, to seek for livelihood in those countries. How about at this time when we are talking about reparations, how about if we discuss on how we can make Africa an industry to produce for the world? Our coffee, I come from Uganda, we do coffee, we sell coffee beans to the international market. How about during the reparations discussions, we make Africa the producer, the Starbucks and everyone can come and produce here. We will keep and retain the jobs for our people here. We can participate if our discussions are intended to make Africa a production house. Lastly, Mr. Chair, we must talk about significantly on our low production capacities. We produce so little for the world to consume. Why? Because we invest so little in the land we have. We invest so little in the fertilizers. We invest so little in research and development in an area where we would have had a competitive advantage with the world. Unfortunately, when you look at the level of investments we put in the agriculture sector, we may not fairly compete with the rest of the world. Thank you very much, Chairperson, and the members that presented. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next intervention will come from the Honourable Lama, I hope I pronounce his surname correct, from Algeria.
In the name of Allah. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for giving me the floor. First, I would like to thank my colleague, the chair of the Trade Committee, for this intervention. Really, your presentation, Mr. John from Rwanda, was really insightful. It's true, Mr. Chair, that we have to call for trade justice in order to have our African products find their way in international markets. This would be wonderful and beautiful thing if we adopt this. But what is more beautiful, that now Africa is really in need to domesticate to make it priority its food security and to invest in agriculture, starting by developing science, embracing new technology in agriculture, and also to have real experienced engineers who can use those machines in agriculture. Mr. Chair, trade justice is a very important tool to liberate the African farmers from the circle of poverty, unemployment, and hunger. It would open doors for them for global trade with more fair conditions. Yet, all this would need cooperation, would entail coordination amongst all African countries, African governments, from public and private sectors. Also, we should not forget international organizations, their role in order to enhance the capacities of farmers in order to be able to have our products in international markets. We know quite well that that fair trade is an economic system that aim at having more fair agreements between developing countries, amongst developing countries in particular. Also to reduce reliance on other parties, and also to achieve sustainability, social and environmental sustainability. Do you know, my colleagues, that Africa owns 60% of arable lands, but they are untapped, they are unused. More than 60% of the whole continent population rely on agriculture as a main source of their income. Yet Africa's contribution to trade, world trade, unfortunately, does not exceed 3%. We have to face those challenges. One of those challenges is to reduce trade barriers like tariffs, and also to achieve, to get support, the support needed. Also, we have weak infrastructure, transportation, storage, also lack of funding, lack of technology. Africa really suffers of lack of funding for its production and manufacturing. We have also to face those restrictions for quality and safety imposed by European markets. Also, we lack good marketing for our products. The role of fair trade here in improving this situation, Mr. Chair, here we have to also have the necessary certificates to guarantee fair prices. Also, we have to empower rural women in order to strengthen their income in agricultural chains. We have to encourage sustainable agriculture practices to protect the environment. We have to go into fair partnerships as well. Also, we have to use or to develop strategies in order to access international markets, investment in agriculture infrastructure, diversifying agricultural products. We have also to improve fair trade agreements and to use technology in trade. Mr. Chair, there are success stories in Africa as well. Ethiopia exports coffee with fair certificates. Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire, also cacao with fair prices. Rwanda, also they export tea and coffee to European markets with very high quality. Algeria also exports citrus, oils, and grapes. Mr. Chair, fair trade is a tool, is a very strong tool to liberate African farmers from this circle of poverty. It would open new era in trade competition. Accordingly, we have to cooperate, we have to work together in order to improve this and to work together for Africa, for one Africa, integrated, prosperous and developed Africa. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Honourable Member.
Professor Randa Mustafa.
We're going to give the floor to Honourable Randa Mustafa.
شكرا جزيلا.
Thank you so much.
And Pan Parliament for hosting this very important debate in collaboration with South Africa parliaments, with the speakers of African parliaments and African MPs. This P20 South Africa 25, fostering the global and African solidarity in many important aspects like the theme of this session. Trade justice and improved global market access for African agricultural products. We all agree that in order to improve global market access for African agricultural products, we should focus on the key challenges that must be addressed. First is trade barriers. Second, poor infrastructures and limited value addition and difficulty meeting interventions standards. Solutions should focus on investing in the infrastructure, promoting value-added processing, supporting compliance with global standards, and leveraging trade agreements. Moreover, enhancing the regional integration and adapting digital tools and encouraging public-private partnerships. These efforts will surely empower farmers, increase exports, and support African economic growth. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Will you switch off your microphone, please?
Oh,
thank you. Honourable members, we are having time constraints, and there's a number of interventions that must still be made. We will apply a 2-minute rule so that we stick to the topic at hand and try to get through the interventions. Some of the interventions also goes into the items that will be dealt with this afternoon. I now want to recognize the Honorable Zulu from Zambia.
Thank you, Mr. President. Unfortunately, the 2-minute was started on me. Very unfortunate. For me, I need to deal with Africa. We need to deal with ourselves as a continent. Are we able to give business to ourselves? We have a very big problem as a continent. Today, we rather import goods from Brazil without doing an intertrade as a continent. I want to look at the infrastructure. Road networks in Africa, they are so bad that we failed to develop. We are waiting for a country from somewhere, maybe China or America or European Union, to come and develop our road infrastructure. Is there a way, or is there a reason that today it's difficult for Zambia, like where I come from, to trade with Angola? Is it so difficult for me, for DRC, to do with intertrading between Kinshasa and Lubumbashi? It's so difficult. These we need to be asking ourselves, are we doing justice to ourselves, or we are busy being brainwashed by the European nations? We should ask ourselves, Europe is a very small country, continent, comparing to Africa. Why is it that Africa, with all its resources, we're still asking for Europe to assist us? We've got so many PhD orders in the world than in Europe. We've got so many doctors, graduates than Europe. but we're still asking for help from Europe. These are the questions we need to be asking ourselves. The storage facilities in Africa. Have we invested enough in storage facilities to help out the smallholder farmers? These we are not doing. As long as we are not investing in storages, afrotaxing has been a major problem in Africa.
Merci, Honorable.
Thank you, Honorable, for keeping to time. I now give the floor to Kenya.
Vice President, the co-chairs, Honorable Frolik, Honorable Radebe, and Senator Bidire, distinguished colleagues and ladies and gentlemen. I thank Honorable Frolik for setting the tone and commend Honorable Radebe and Senator Bidire for their presentations. But as I sit here, I am both inspired and broken. Inspired because this symposium is another step forward for Africa's trade and agriculture agenda. Broken because I must say, how much of what we are discussing today will truly uplift the bottom of the pyramid? Will the citizens living in Soweto or Kibra feel the impact of these resolutions? Africa is blessed with fertile land, resilient people, yet we still import food we can grow and process ourselves. We export raw coffee, tea, cocoa, while importing finished products at 10 times the price. Can we unite for our greater good? Can we feed ourselves before trying to feed the world? The Africa Free Trade Area is our opportunity to change this narrative, but only if we implement it beyond signatures and slogans. As parliamentarians, we hold the oversight power to ensure budgets support smallholder farmers, women and youth, to demand value addition and to build climate-smart agriculture. South Africa has forged the way by hosting the P20 Symposium, aligning parliamentary diplomacy with Agenda 2063. The question is, will other heads of state and parliaments build on this milestone, working together to secure the Africa we want? We must
May I recognize the next speaker, who is the Honorable Fagno from Benin.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. Well, I want to thank you for the initiative of having this meeting, and to say that these are critical times because the United States is imposing tariff barriers on countries, and we have to raise our voice as one Africa. We have to support South Africa because South Africa is actually being punished by the United States. And if we do not raise our voices, thousands of jobs will be lost. Much of the resources would also be lost. So in similar vein, I also want to advocate for the fact that the voice of sub-Saharan Africa be heard in Northern Africa. And I want to also talk about the cotton producers have to do their level best to ensure that subsidies be lifted so that countries like Benin, Chad, Cote d'Ivoire, and many more should continue to benefit from the support from AGOA. So the small the smallholders, we have to make sure that the small countries or the small holders would provide food to these to school children. Thank you.
Merci, l'honorable.
Thank you, Honorable MP.
Honorable MP Ayman Ben Salah from Tunisia. Thank you, Mrs. Vice President. In Tunisia, it's forbidden for all public sector employees to exercise any other activities but agriculture. Under the price hike, the farmer is required to provide seeds and agriculture equipment. So in Tunisia, we established the Agriculture Bank since 66 years, in 1959, to be the financial arm of a Tunisian state to support the agriculture sector. There is also a microfinancing or microfunding through association and private entities. In the same context, since 44 years ago, in 1983, Tunisia established an agency to develop agriculture investments to be an engine for agriculture and economic development in Tunisia through encouraging investments and enhancing quality and providing job opportunities. So Tunisia worked on the value chain, the relationship between the producers, manufacturers, and distributors. This is in poultry and other sectors also. And most of us in this chamber do not know that Tunisia is a pioneer in producing olive oil and dates and also bio products, apple, grapes, fishing, and pistachio. And what we don't know about each other is more than, or unfortunately, we don't know that the Ethiopian coffee is leading in the world. Also in Kenya, flour, cocoa, and Ghana and Cote d'Ivoire. Sorry, it's interruption. Mrs. Vice President, please, in 1 minute. Thank you. So we plead or we appeal the Pan-African Parliament and in coordination with the embassies to organize one day with the presence of the representatives of the embassies to exhibit the agriculture products of our native countries, so we know the products of the African countries, and that could be through the Pan-African Parliament. So please enable us to do that. Thank you very much.
The next intervention is the Honorable Lebise from Lesotho.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. The issue of tariffs have shaken the international markets and indeed the world trade. And honorable members, let's remember that the tariffs as they stand at 10% to 50%, with certain countries getting up to 50%. And we cannot agree more that USA is steadfast in terms of the tariffs and what it is terming an unfair practice or international practice. We have seen our presidents and head of states queuing at the White House and being ridiculed on the tariffs, and nothing is going to change, and being labeled for the afflictions and the hoaxes of the minority extinction, whatever that meant. What we have to do, Honorable Co-Chair, is to promote the inter-trading between the African countries as well as among the trading amongst ourselves. The honorable members from Tunisia will agree with me now that they are experiencing a bumper harvest from their barley as well as their wheat. And I find no reason why South Africa will be buying wheat or barley from Ukraine or from Russia, while Tunisia has got plenty. The other important issue, Honorable Radebe, as we pumped ourselves to the P20 South Africa 2025 will be the input subsidy, but more importantly, the corporate commodity import subsidy as it is practiced by our white South Africans in South Africa. And the other issue is opening of other opportunities in Asia as well as in Europe. And let's all remember that all these countries have got standards that they look up to. One is that of the 1 minute. We need to have global gap farming in our farmers in order for them to have the products going into Europe. And we also have got to promote the CPA for our products or our farmers to go to have their commodities exported to Europe. I thank you.
Merci, l'honorable député.
Thank you. And I'll give the floor to Honorable David Kamwa Falala from Eswatini.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and thank you for the presenter. I will say a few things. I will talk about unfair trade practice in developing countries, subsidy and tariff hinder the African farmers competitive in the global market. Market access barriers, tariff and quota and non-tariff barriers limit African agriculture product to access to the lucrative market. Trade and agreement exists. Trade agreement on favor development countries, particularly in unequal trade relationship. Africa, with proper support and market access, Africa agriculture can drive economic growth, food security, and poverty reduction. Benefit or improved market access, increase export job creation and income generation. Africa farmers and rural areas, communities, policy recommendation reduce and eliminate subsidy and tariff in the developing countries. Improve market access for Africa agriculture product. Support Africa farmers through capacity building programs and infrastructure development. Foster and fair and equitable trade agreement. I thank you.
The next intervention will come from the Honorable Kamau from Kenya.
Thank you, Chair, for giving me the opportunity. I'll be brief. I want to agree with members that Africa is the continent that can feed not only itself, but it can feed the world. And we can actually eliminate food insecurity as well as food importation. But there are a few things that we really need to address. One is the fact that for us to have intra-trade within Africa, we need to look at the infrastructure. I know to be able to deal with AfCFTA, to accelerate AfCFTA, GTI was started. That is the guided trade initiative was done for 8 countries. Now I think there are 10 countries. And I was very happy to see Rwandan coffee being taken in Ghana. But if you look at the cost of that coffee before it reaches, coffee and tea before it reaches Ghana, because of the poor infrastructure, we have a lot of costs that are added to it, apart from the fact that we are eliminating the trade barriers. So we need to look at infrastructure. How can we transport things across Africa? How can we deal with our rail lines? How can we deal with our road network? Infrastructure challenges must be addressed. It is making it cheaper for Pakistani rice and Indian rice to be cheaper in Kenya than rice from Uganda. And these are realities that we need to face and deal with. The issue of subsidies, I think we must start facing it. We must agree that our farmers are working very hard, but we must subsidize. Subsidies we must deal with. We need to agree how we are going to subsidize that. Otherwise, you cannot tell. Thank you. Because of the fact that others are subsidizing, we cannot tell ourselves to stop. We can't even tell them to stop it. The issue of tariffs, and the US is very serious about it. I just wanted to mention that the principle of reciprocity should stand. If they give us tariffs, let's give them tariffs in whatever we export to them, even under the AGOA system that was with us. Finally, we need to train our people on quality and standards. We have the Pan-African University. Can we use that for our business council, our youth, and our farmers? Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll give the floor to Fatoumata, Honorable Fatoumata from the Gambia.
You can see.
Thank you very much, Madam Co-Chair. Madam Co-Chair, I think 2 minutes is too short for this very important discussion, but I will notwithstanding just add my small voice. Madam Chair, we all know that our country, our continent, I would say, holds 60% of the world's arable land, yet it yields the poorest and the hungriest citizens in the world. And we need to focus on the progress of our agri sector, which is mostly hindered by systemic barriers that limit market access. And first of all, we need to have efficient transportation structures and other networks that our farmers can link to. And also the storage facilities that we have do not help our agricultural products because we don't have good storage facilities that would keep our products fresh for export for long. And this does not help in post-harvest losses because this is where we lose most of our stock. Madam Co-Chair, we also need to look at the hindrances that our small subsistence farmers in core, in Africa especially, they mostly lack financial support. The limited finances they have does not help. We are here talking about AGOA. We should be talking about the AFC. Can I have 1 more minute, please? Thank you. Madam Chair, as legislators, we need to act fast to ensure that laws are made to ensure proper oversight for implementation, whilst we also ensure a conducive environment for the private sector to develop this sector. Apart from investment, the role of governance and policy cannot also be understated. As policymakers, we must commit to long-term evidence-based strategies and foster public and private partnership. We are here today. We should have had private partners whom we will go home with, exchanging contacts to support our local farmers. All we do is sit here and talk within ourselves, and at the end of the day, nothing comes out of it. I think we need to interact, we need to network, and we need to support our local farmers rather than just sitting here talking to ourselves in these enclosed walls. Thank you.
The Honorable Montwedi from South Africa.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just quickly, I think other speakers have covered me. I'm happy that we are all in agreement that we need to focus on intra-Africa trade because all these other agreements are exploiting Africa. For example, these EU trade agreements, we had a meeting with the delegation from the EU Parliament. We're fighting for reciprocity as Africa because it can't be correct that the EU gets to dump each and everything to Africa, but Africa, we are unable to export everything to the EU markets. So the EU is protecting its infant markets there, whereas in Africa, they dump everything. We're not protecting our own infant markets. Now, the other thing that I quickly want to speak to, Chair, is on the issue of the lack of agricultural finance. It's true, there's a serious challenge with agricultural finance, and this finance will act as a trade barrier because you find currently in South Africa that South African market is inundated with imports from Botswana and Namibia in terms of winter calves. Some of them that brings the security to South Africa in terms of the foot and mouth disease. And those are heavily subsidized farmers from those countries against South African farmers that are not as subsidized as those. So we need to create a standardization on how our farmers are subsidized so that competition amongst them must actually not the other one feeling that they are not actually that much subsidized. So we're actually pushing, we must actually push as Africa that for localization and that we must create quotas that a certain percentage of our raw products must be produced, must actually be processed locally in Africa as opposed to taking everything out. We must add value, we must create employment and avoid a situation where we take everything out and only to come later from these other.
Thank you very much, Honorable. La parole maintenant est adressée.
Now the floor is to Honorable Toure from the Gambia.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, we are told by Mr. Gregory that agriculture will give Africa the competitive edge. That's what he told us. And my honorable sister is also mentioning the smallholder farmer. Honorable Chair, we need to support the smallholder farmer. The land belongs to the smallholder farmer in Africa. I don't know anywhere else, but I know in West Africa, smallholder farmers own the land, and they are on the land, and they need to be supported. If they are supported, they will be able to produce the food for Africa. Honorable Chair, we want to support them through cooperatives. Let us promote cooperatives, help them through that, give them the necessary machinery, etc., to be able to produce the food that Africa needs. That's the only way for Africa to be able to produce the food that they require. Honorable Chair, we also need to produce industries side by side with food production, so that we'll be able to process all the food that we are producing in Africa, we'll be able to consume it in Africa, we'll also be able to export it, so that we'll be able to get foreign exchange to continue with the work that we want. Honorable Chair, we also have AFCETA. We've said we have AFCETA. So let's use that very well. As it is mentioned by Mr. Radebe, that if Senegal has the potential to process groundnut, Gambia should be able to take their groundnut to Senegal for processing. Through that, we'll be able to do finished product to be able to have the competitive edge that we require. Honorable Chair, we should do business with countries and continents that are interested in win-win situation, not countries that are going to put barriers and unlawful injustice.
No, thank you. Thank you, Honourable Member. The next intervention is from the Honourable Mustafa from Djibouti.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honorable colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, firstly, allow me to appreciate the presentation made by the chair of, made by the speaker, but also to thank to appreciate the remarkable concerns that have been raised by my colleagues here. A lot has been said. Africa is blessed. Africa is blessed thanks to its arable land, and it's also innovative. It has enormous potential in the area of agriculture. But Africa cannot continue, we have to say this, cannot continue to export raw materials while importing processed material and to pay for them very highly. Cocoa was mentioned, chocolate was mentioned. So we continue to depend on those imports, and these weakens our economies. We have to change the narrative, and this has to go through. We have to question the tariffs that are coming from from other countries, which weaken our economies. We also have to build energy sovereignty, agricultural sovereignty. We also have to build a food sovereignty in Africa, and this definitely means that we have to produce what we eat, to process and transform in Africa and add value locally to our products. And the AFCFTA is a blessing for us to actually take this continent forward in that area. And lastly, all of us here as African parliamentarians microphone, please.
Voilà. Enfin, je termine.
I would like to conclude, Madam President, to say that as parliamentarians, Pan-African parliamentarians, we have to ensure this transformation, because the sovereignty of Africa starts with having control on our land and also on our production, the chain of production. I thank you very much.
Merci, honorable deputy.
Thank you, honorable MP.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. We are very pleased, honorable members, to attend this historic meeting, which represents a true partnership between the Parliament of South Africa and the Pan-African Parliament. And we are pleased as well that there is a summit in Addis Ababa about the international food systems under the supervision of United Nations. And here we call again to work to establish framework agreements of the African group to enhance the African lobby in agriculture, and allows us to for access into the new international system. And here we call to activate AFCFTA and activate the framework agreement. I believe that there are 7 points hindered us from realizing these objectives to access the international trade and to enable the African agriculture products to use it in the international trade. And we know that the complex industries now rely on African materials. And those reasons, we have the lack of infrastructure, and here we call for a partnership between the private sector and public sector, and to eliminate the bureaucracy and to eliminate custom barriers through intra-cooperation. And there is also lacks of e-commerce and allowing smallholders, farmers. And there is another language that is maybe considered cruel when we say that the African product suffers a lack of meeting the standards. And here we call to constitute an African institute that is responsible for standardization. So it is certain that the agriculture transformation is linked with real interaction between the African countries. And I seize this opportunity to say that Algeria will host in September intra-African trade fair. And I believe it would be also an opportunity for decisions that would support the intra-African trade fair. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next intervention is the Honorable Bakar from Comores.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So we are in a continent which is known as a very rich continent. It has agricultural resources with a lot of potential in the area of trade with excellent conditions. However, we are talking about trade justice, and we all know that this is a lever of access to market. So international trade requires negotiations with WTO with preferential treatment in favor of African countries. We also have to reduce or even eliminate agricultural subsidies in industrialized countries to ensure equitable and fair trade. This definitely would require that we focus on African products and also have alternative channels. We also need capacity building by ensuring areas for processing and transformation. We need also laboratories for agricultural products, specialized universities and industries. We also need trade agreements to be signed. We have, of course, the AFCFTA. So this is what I had to say. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I give the floor now to Honorable Lamine Faye from Senegal.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to touch a bit of agriculture in Africa. I just want to come back for Africa to empower youth, especially in agriculture. We should go back to the villages disadvantaged, because I think those are the ones who need more support. How are we going to support them? Because majority in Africa, especially in West Africa, what we're getting as a food that we produce is from the villages and the disadvantaged. And these are the ones that taking risk, paying high price, seeking out of Africa. Some are even in South America, some are in Europe. And when they get to those places, the same thing that they live in Africa, which is agriculture, or other small businesses that they do in Africa, that's what they are going to end up getting there. So what I'm trying to say, we as a politician, I think we understand Africa better. We always get to them, especially the youth. When we want to be elected, we get to them, we understand their problem. So what we do about it? Are we going to sit here today, we talk about it, but not action? Next 10 years, we're going to see the same thing here. We talk about it, but no action. Because this topic has been going long and long and long. So one thing that I want to say, especially in trade in Africa, trade becomes very difficult. If I want to trade as a Senegalese to Gambia or to Mali, it becomes very easy. But the moment that I want to trade out of West Africa, it becomes very problem with visas and all that. And when we're talking of one Africa, one voice, it should be easy for our youth to move around Africa, because they are so limited. And I know 100% that young Africans are not lazy. Wherever you go in the world, you find them working so hard. Why they are losing interest in Africa? Because of mostly we politicians. We understand their problem, but we don't act. We've been talking about this for so long, and yet nothing.
No, thank you, honourable members, for the interventions. Unfortunately, due to time constraints, we will close this topic now, and those honourable members may participate in the next two sessions that is still coming this afternoon, and we will adjourn now for lunch. Thank you very much.
Regarding the lunch today is being offered compliments the National Parliament of South Africa, the Republic of South Africa. So all MPs, all guests are invited for lunch today. With the exception of VIPs who are invited to luncheon with the co-chairs in the presidential boardroom on the second floor of the administration building, all of the members and guests, including those sitting in the public gallery, are invited to the foyer for lunch. Thank you.
20 years ago, in March 2004, the Pan-African Parliament was established as a legislative body of the African Union with a vision of fostering unity, peace, and prosperity across the continent. Today, we celebrate 2 decades of its journey and achievements. The establishment of the Pan-African Parliament amongst the African Union organs signaled a historical milestone and perhaps the most important development in the strengthening of the African Union institutional architecture. It laid solid grounds for the democratic governance and oversight within the African Union system and provided a formal platform for the peoples of Africa to get involved in discussions and decision-making on issues affecting the continent. The genesis of the Pan-African Parliament can be legally traced back from 1991 with the adoption of the treaty establishing the African Economic Community, adopted on the 3rd of June 1991 in Abuja, also known as the Abuja Treaty. This treaty defined the pillars and grounds of realizing economic development and integration in Africa and called for the creation of a continental parliament amongst a set of organs as tools for the realization of African integration and economic development. This call was re-emphasized in the Sirte Declaration of 1999, which called for the accelerated implementation of the provisions of the Abuja Treaty. At the time of the transformation of the Organization of African Unity into the African Union, the Constitutive Act of the African Union, in keeping with the vision of the signatories to the Abuja Treaty and the Sirte Declaration, set out the AU institutional architecture, which included the PAP. The Pan-African Parliament celebrated its 10 years of existence in March 2014, a year which coincided with the adoption on 27th June 2014 in Malabo, Equatorial Guinea, of the protocol to the Constitutive Act of the African Union relating to the Pan-African Parliament, PAP Malabo Protocol, which once in force will transform the PAP into a quasi-legislative body of the AU. While the PAP Malabo Protocol requires 28 ratifications for its entry into force, it has to date been ratified by 15 AU member states with 21 signatures. For the time being, the PAP continues to operate under the Sirte Protocol, which defines its mandate. 6 parliaments have been inaugurated since 2004.
So we cannot revolutionize the situation of Africa if we don't take the women seriously and don't change the work of women into a better, with technology, applying technology and science.
À cet effet, je sollicite la participation active et sans réserve des parlementaires nationaux, régionaux et panafricains à soutenir la position commune et unique de l'Afrique côté des gouvernements africains, car l'enjeu n'est plus technique, mais politique. Il s'agit d'affirmer le soutien des parlementaires que nous sommes à tous les échelons régionaux pour que vive le protocole de Kyoto pour la survie de notre continent.
The Pan-African Parliament remains a platform for African people and their grassroots organizations to make an input into the decision-making process on the challenges and problems facing our continent.
La première leçon que je tire, c'est que le Parlement est en bonne voie. La deuxième leçon, c'est que nous avons pris un certain nombre de résolutions, notamment cette résolution concernant la ratification du protocole de Malabo, qui fera du Parlement panafricain un organe législatif. Et nous pensons que ce message doit aller dans chaque État partie pour que nous puissions ratifier.
We've gone some way in reviving, renewing, repositioning and reinvigorating the Pan-African Parliament in line with our bold strategic thrust. We have a lot of issues on this continent. As people have confidence in us, they are simply saying, you are the right people to push the agenda of the continent. And the agenda of the continent is littered with a lot of challenges.
The PAP has made commendable efforts in promoting the ratification, domestication, and implementation of the AU Shared Values Instruments, including the ratification of the African Charter on Democracy, Elections, and Governance, African Union Convention on Preventing and Combating Corruption, African
Je suis l'honorable Mariam Dao Gabala, sénateur de la République de Côte d'Ivoire et présidente de la Commission de l'égalité en genre, de la famille, de la jeunesse et des personnes handicapées qui préside cette réunion. Cette réunion est une réunion technique de relecture du premier draft de la loi type sur l'égalité en genre en Afrique. C'est une loi qui pour nous est importante parce qu'elle doit permettre à nos États d'avoir un cadre légal pour accélérer l'égalité en genre, mais aussi pour nous permettre d'arriver aux aspirations de l'agenda 2063 de l'Union africaine.
My name is Honorable Victoria Kingston. I'm from Malawi. I'm the member of the Gender Committee, also the second vice president of the Women Caucus of the Pan-African Parliament. We are here in Pretoria looking at the gender law. Indeed, this is an eye-opener, and I'm honored to be part of the members who are creating this law. It's a law which is going to assist and help all women, starting from the birth. Women should have equal access to hospital, to schools, in workplace. And this law is also protecting girls as well.
Some of the resolutions that we
Je suis l'honorable Mariam Dao Gabala, sénateur de la République de Côte d'Ivoire et présidente de la Commission de l'égalité en genre, de la famille, de la jeunesse.
One is that organs can work together within the AU. That we have to make an effort to eliminate silence. And that is what we've achieved.
The Peace and Security Council, PSC, of the African Union, AU, and the Pan-African Parliament, PAP, held a consultative meeting from 17 to 18 July 2025 in Midrand, South Africa, at the headquarters of the Pan-African Parliament, under the theme, Enhancing Institutional Synergy and Collaboration for Sustainable Peace and Security in Africa.
We are in this room to discuss, to exchange, to engage, to interrogate issues of peace and security on this continent.
The continent is faced with a multiplicity of threats, including but not limited to terrorism and violent extremism, climate change, unconstitutional changes of government, intra and interstate conflicts, transnational organized crimes, and cyber crimes.
External interference has never been higher in many of our conflicts. Our major partners are shifting from support to humanitarian relief to the highest defense spending in history.
As we enter the second year of the second 10-year implementation plan of the Agenda 2063, one wonders if we will make gains in terms of addressing some of the peace and security challenges in ensuring that we have a peaceful and secure Africa, as exposed by Aspiration 4 of the Africa we want.
Aspiration 4 of Agenda 2063 is a peaceful and secure Africa. This aspiration aims to achieve a continent free from armed conflict, terrorism, extremism, intolerance, and gender-based violence, with entrenched human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. It envisions a continent where mechanisms for conflict, prevention, and resolution are functional at all levels, and where a culture of peace and tolerance is nurtured.
The inclusive political leadership, diplomacy, and technical expertise can move this continent further than we think within the framework of AU Agenda 2063.
At the end of the second day joint consultative meeting, some of the resolutions agreed upon include the need to embrace African solutions to African problems, with the AU and member states leading to ensure ownership, use of local resources, and homegrown solutions. Stressed greater inclusion of the youth and women in conflict resolution, development, and economic empowerment programs. Called for stronger synergy between PAP and PSC through joint actions to promote democratic norms and improve governance. Urged PAP to build stronger links with national contingencies to support peace and security. Highlighted the importance of constitutionalism, separation of powers, and the rule of law. Encouraged joint PAP and PSC efforts to safeguard them. Called on PAP to join PSC in advocating for global institutional reform, including more representation in the UN Security Council. Aligned with the Ezulweni Consensus, Third Declaration, and African Common Positions on financial reform.
But the most important thing is that the work is commencing now.
I think the lessons that we have learned, one is that organs can work together within the AU. That we have to make an effort to eliminate silos. And that is what we've achieved.
the Peace and Security Council, PSC, of the African Union, AU, and the Pan-African Parliament, PAP, held a consultative meeting from 17 to 18 July 2025 in Midrand, South Africa, at the headquarters of the Pan-African Parliament, under the theme, Enhancing Institutional Synergy and Collaboration for Sustainable Peace and Security in Africa.
We are in this room to discuss, to exchange, to engage, to interrogate issues of peace and security on this continent.
The continent is faced with multiplicity of threats, including but not limited to terrorism and violent extremism, climate change, unconstitutional changes of government, intra and interstate conflicts, transnational organized crimes, and cyber crimes.
External interference has never been higher in many of our conflicts. Our major partners are shifting from support to humanitarian relief to the highest defense spending in history.
As we enter the second year of the second 10-year implementation plan of the Agenda 2063, one wonders if we will make gains in terms of addressing some of the peace and security challenges in ensuring that we have a peaceful and secure Africa, as exposed by Aspiration 4 of the Africa we want.
Aspiration 4 of Agenda 2063 is a peaceful and secure Africa. This aspiration aims to achieve a continent free from armed conflict, terrorism, extremism, intolerance, and gender-based violence, with entrenched human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. It envisions a continent where mechanisms for conflict, prevention, and resolution are functional at all levels, and where a culture of peace and tolerance is nurtured.
The inclusive political leadership, diplomacy, and technical expertise can move this continent further than we think within the framework of AU Agenda 2063.
At the end of the second day joint consultative meeting, some of the resolutions agreed upon include the need to embrace African solutions to African problems, with the AU and member states leading to ensure ownership, use of local resources, and homegrown solutions. Stressed greater inclusion of the youth and women in conflict resolution, development, and economic empowerment programs. Called for stronger synergy between PAP and PSC through joint actions to promote democratic norms and improve governance. Urged PAP to build stronger links with national contingencies to support peace and security. Highlighted the importance of constitutionalism, separation of powers, and the rule of law. Encouraged joint PAP and PSC efforts to safeguard them. Called on PAP to join PSC in advocating for global institutional reform, including more representation in the UN Security Council. Aligned with the Ezulweni Consensus, Third Declaration, and African Common Positions on Financial Reform.
But the most important thing is that the work is commencing now.
I think the lessons that we have learned, one is that organs can work together within the AU. That we have to make an effort to eliminate silos. And that's what we've achieved.
"20 years ago, in March 2004, the Pan-African Parliament was established as a legislative body of the African Union with a vision of fostering unity, peace, and prosperity across the continent. Today, we celebrate 2 decades of its journey and achievements. The establishment of the Pan-African Parliament amongst the African Union organs signaled a historical milestone, and perhaps the most important development in the strengthening of the African Union institutional architecture. It laid solid grounds for the democratic governance and oversight within the African Union system and provided a formal platform for the peoples of Africa to get involved in discussions and decision-making on issues affecting the continent. The genesis of the Pan-African Parliament can be legally traced back from 1991 with the adoption of the treaty establishing the African Economic Community, adopted on the 3rd of June 1991 in Abuja, also known as the Abuja Treaty. This treaty defined the pillars and grounds of realizing economic development and integration in Africa and called for the creation of a continental parliament amongst a set of organs as tools for the realization of African integration and economic development. This call was re-emphasized in the Sirte Declaration of 1999, which called for the accelerated implementation of the provisions of the Abuja Treaty. At the time of the transformation of the Organization of African Unity into the African Union, the Constitutive Act of the African Union, in keeping with the vision of the signatories to the Abuja Treaty and the Sirte Declaration, set out the AU institutional architecture, which included the PAP. The Pan-African Parliament celebrated its 10 years of existence in March 2014, a year which coincided with the adoption on 27th June 2014 in Malabo, Equatorial Guinea, of the Protocol to the Constitutive Act of the African Union relating to the Pan-African Parliament, PAP Malabo Protocol, which once in force will transform the PAP into a quasi-legislative body of the AU. While the PAP Malabo Protocol requires 28 ratifications for its entry into force, it has to date been ratified by 15 AU member states with 21 signatures. For the time being, the PAP continues to operate under the Sirte Protocol, which defines its mandate. 6 parliaments have been inaugurated since 2004.
So we cannot revolutionize the situation of Africa if we don't take the women seriously and don't change the work of women into a better, with technology, applying technology and science.
À cet effet, je sollicite la participation active et sans réserve des parlementaires nationaux, régionaux et panafricains à soutenir la position commune et unique de l'Afrique d'un côté des gouvernements africains, car l'enjeu n'est plus technique, mais politique. Il s'agit d'affirmer le soutien des parlementaires que nous sommes à tous les échelons régionaux pour que vive le protocole de Kyoto pour la survie de notre continent.
The Pan-African Parliament remains a platform for African people and their grassroots organizations to make an input into the decision-making process on challenges and problems facing our continent.
La première leçon que je tire, c'est que le Parlement est en bonne voie. La deuxième leçon, c'est que nous avons pris un certain nombre de résolutions, notamment cette résolution concernant la ratification du protocole de Malabo, qui fera du Parlement panafricain un organe législatif. Et nous pensons que ce message doit aller dans chaque État partie pour que nous puissions ratifier.
We've gone some way in reviving, renewing, repositioning and reinvigorating the Pan-African Parliament in line with our old strategic thrust. We have a lot of issues on this continent. As people have confidence in us, they are simply saying, you are the right people to push the agenda of the continent. And the agenda of the continent is littered with a lot of challenges.
The PAP has made commendable efforts in promoting the ratification, domestication, and implementation of the AU Shared Values Instruments, including the ratification of the African Charter on Democracy, Elections and Governance, African Union Convention on Preventing and Combating Corruption, African Charter on Values and Principles of Public Service and Administration, African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the Rights of Women in Africa, amongst others. The 20th anniversary commemoration serves as a platform to educate citizens about the PAP and ignite conversations about the future of the Continental Parliament in line with its mandate. The occasion further serves as a reminder to decision makers around the continent to fulfill their commitment to the PAP by ratifying its revised protocol, now 20 years after sanctioning its establishment. The Parliament has embarked on a process of reviving, renewing, repositioning and reinvigorating itself to outline a vision for the future, identifying key areas for improvement and expansion, and emphasize the role of the Parliament in the African Union's Agenda 2063 and other regional development initiatives. It's time to reflect on the journey and chart a path forward.
Je suis l'honorable Mariam Dao-Gabala, sénateur de la République de Côte d'Ivoire et présidente de la Commission de l'égalité en genre, de la famille, de la jeunesse et des personnes handicapées qui préside cette réunion. Cette réunion est une réunion technique de relecture du premier draft de la loi type sur l'égalité en genre en Afrique. C'est une loi qui pour nous est importante parce qu'elle doit permettre à nos États d'avoir un cadre légal pour accélérer l'égalité en genre, mais aussi pour nous permettre d'arriver aux aspirations de l'agenda 2063 de l'Union africaine.
My name is Honorable Victoria Kingston. I'm from Malawi. I'm the member of the Gender Committee, also the second Vice President of the Women Caucus of the Pan-African Parliament. We are here in Pretoria looking at the gender law. Indeed, this is an eye-opener, and I'm honored to be part of the members who are operating this law. It's a law which is going to assist and help all women, starting from the birth. Women should have equal access to hospital, to schools, in workplace. And this law is just protecting girls as well.
20 years ago, in March 2004, the Pan-African Parliament was established as a legislative body of the African Union with a vision of fostering unity, peace, and prosperity across the continent. Today, we celebrate 2 decades of its journey and achievements. The establishment of the Pan-African Parliament amongst the African Union organs signaled a historical milestone and perhaps the most important development in the strengthening of the African Union institutional architecture. It laid solid grounds for the democratic governance and oversight within the African Union system and provided a formal platform for the peoples of Africa to get involved in discussions and decision-making on issues affecting the continent. The genesis of the Pan-African Parliament can be legally traced back from 1991 with the adoption of the treaty establishing the African Economic Community, adopted on the 3rd of June 1991 in Abuja, also known as the Abuja Treaty. This treaty defined the pillars and grounds of realizing economic development and integration in Africa and called for the creation of a continental parliament amongst a set of organs as tools for the realization of African integration and economic development. This call was re-emphasized in the Sirte Declaration of 1999, which called for the accelerate implementation of the provisions of the Abuja Treaty. At the time of the transformation of the Organization of African Unity into the African Union, the Constitutive Act of the African Union, in keeping with the vision of the signatories to the Abuja Treaty and the Sirte Declaration, set out the AU institutional architecture, which included the PAP. The Pan-African Parliament celebrated its 10 years of existence in March 2014, a year which coincided with the adoption on 27th June 2014 in Malabo, Equatorial Guinea, of the protocol to the Constitutive Act of the African Union relating to the Pan-African Parliament, PAP Malabo Protocol, which once in force will transform the PAP into a quasi-legislative body of the AU. While the PAP Malabo Protocol requires 28 ratifications for its entry into force, it has to date been ratified by 15 AU member states with 21 signatures. For the time being, the PAP continues to operate under the Sirte Protocol, which defines its mandate. 6 parliaments have been inaugurated since 2004.
So we cannot revolutionize the situation of Africa if we don't take the women seriously and don't change the work of women into a better, with technology, applying technology and science.
À cet effet, je sollicite la participation active et sans réserve des parlementaires nationaux, régionaux et panafricains à soutenir la position commune et unique de l'Afrique d'un côté des gouvernements africains, car l'enjeu n'est plus technique, mais politique. Il s'agit d'affirmer le soutien des parlementaires que nous sommes à tous les échelons régionaux pour que vive le protocole de Kyoto pour la survie de notre continent.
The Pan-African Parliament remains a platform for African people and their grassroots organizations to make an input into the decision-making process on the challenges and problems facing our continent.
La première leçon que je tire, c'est que le Parlement est en bonne voie. La deuxième leçon, c'est que nous avons pris un certain nombre de résolutions, notamment cette résolution concernant la ratification du protocole de Malabo, qui fera du Parlement panafricain un organe législatif. Et nous pensons que ce message doit aller dans chaque État partie pour que nous puissions ratifier.
We've gone some way in reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating the Pan-African Parliament in line with our old strategic thrust. We have a lot of issues on this continent. As people have confidence in us, they are simply saying, you are the right people to push the agenda of the continent. And the agenda of the continent is littered with a lot of challenges.
The PAP has made commendable efforts in promoting the ratification, domestication, and implementation of the AU Shared Values Instruments, including the ratification of the African Charter on Democracy, Elections, and Governance, African Union Convention on Preventing and Combating Corruption, African Charter on Values and Principles of Public Service and Administration, African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the Rights of Women in Africa, amongst others. The 20th anniversary commemoration serves as a platform to educate citizens about the PAP and ignite conversations about the future of the Continental Parliament in line with its mandate. The occasion further serves as a reminder to decision makers around the continent to fulfill their commitment to the PAP by ratifying its revised protocol, now 20 years after sanctioning its establishment. The Parliament has embarked on a process of reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating itself to outline a vision for the future, identifying key areas for improvement and expansion, and emphasize the role of the Parliament in the African Union's Agenda 2063 and other regional development initiatives. It's time to reflect on the journey and chart a path forward.
Je suis l'honorable Mariam Dao-Gabala, sénateur de la République de Côte d'Ivoire et présidente de la Commission de l'égalité en genre, de la famille, de la jeunesse et des personnes handicapées qui préside cette réunion. Cette réunion est une réunion technique de relecture du premier draft de la loi type sur l'égalité en genre en Afrique. C'est une loi qui pour nous est importante parce qu'elle doit permettre à nos États d'avoir un cadre légal pour accélérer l'égalité en genre, mais aussi pour nous permettre d'arriver aux aspirations de l'agenda 2063 de l'Union africaine.
My name is Honorable Victoria Kingston. I'm from Malawi. I'm the member of the Gender Committee, also the second Vice President of the Women Caucus of the Pan-African Parliament. We are here in Pretoria looking at the gender law. Indeed, This is an eye-opener, and I'm honored to be part of the members who are participating in this law. It's a law which is going to assist and help all women, starting from the birth. Women should have equal access to hospital, to schools, in workplace. And this law also is just protecting girls as well.
The Peace and Security Council, PSC, of the African Union, AU, and the Pan-African Parliament, PAP, held a consultative meeting from 17 to 18 July 2025 in Midrand, South Africa, at the headquarters of the Pan-African Parliament, under the theme, Enhancing Institutional Synergy and Collaboration for Sustainable Peace and Security in Africa.
We are in this room to discuss, to exchange, to engage, to interrogate issues of peace and security on this continent.
The continent is faced with multiplicity of threats, including but not limited to terrorism and violent extremism, climate change, and constitutional changes of government, intra and interstate conflicts, transnational organized crimes, and cyber crimes.
External interference has never been higher in many of our conflicts. Our major partners are shifting from support to humanitarian relief to the highest defense spending in history.
As we enter the second year of the second 10-year implementation plan of the Agenda 2063, one wonders if we will make gains in terms of addressing some of the peace and security challenges in ensuring that we have a peaceful and secure Africa, as exposed by Aspiration 4 of the Africa we want.
Aspiration 4 of Agenda 2063 is a peaceful and secure Africa. This aspiration aims to achieve a continent free from armed conflict, terrorism, extremism, intolerance, and gender-based violence, with entrenched human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. It envisions a continent where mechanisms for conflict, prevention, and resolution are functional at all levels, and where a culture of peace and tolerance is nurtured.
The inclusive political leadership, diplomacy, and technical expertise can move this continent further than we think within the framework of AU Agenda 2063.
At the end of the second day joint consultative meeting, some of the resolutions agreed upon include the need to embrace African solutions to African problems, with the AU and member states leading to ensure ownership, use of local resources, and homegrown solutions. Stressed greater inclusion of the youth and women in conflict resolution, development, and economic empowerment programs. Called for stronger synergy between PAP and PSC through joint actions to promote democratic norms and improve governance. Urged PAP to build stronger links with national contingencies to support peace and security. Highlighted the importance of constitutionalism, separation of powers, and the rule of law. Encouraged joint PAP and PSC efforts to safeguard them. Called on PAP to join PSC in advocating for global institutional reform, including more representation in the UN Security Council. Aligned with the Ezulweni Consensus, Third Declaration, and African Common Positions on Financial Reform.
But the most important thing is that the work is commencing now.
I think the lessons that we have learned, one is that organs can work together within the AU. That we have to make an effort to eliminate silos. And that's what we've achieved.
Je suis l'honorable Mariam Dao-Gabala, sénateur de la République de Côte d'Ivoire et présidente de la Commission de l'égalité en genre, de la famille, de la jeunesse et des personnes handicapées qui préside cette réunion. Cette réunion est une réunion technique de relecture du premier draft de la loi type sur l'égalité en genre en Afrique. C'est une loi qui pour nous est importante parce qu'elle doit permettre à nos États d'avoir un cadre légal pour accélérer l'égalité en genre, mais aussi pour nous permettre d'arriver aux aspirations de l'agenda 2063 de l'Union africaine.
My name is Honorable Victoria Kingston. I'm from Malawi. I'm the member of the Gender Committee, also the second Vice President of the Women Caucus of the Pan-African Parliament. We are here in Pretoria looking at the gender law. Indeed, this is an eye-opener, and I'm honored to be part of the members who are operating this law. It's a law which is going to assist and help all women, starting from the birth. Women should have equal access to hospital, to schools, in workplace. And this law is also protecting girls as well.
"20 years ago, in March 2004, the Pan-African Parliament was established as a legislative body of the African Union with a vision of fostering unity, peace, and prosperity across the continent. Today, we celebrate 2 decades of its journey and achievements. The establishment of the Pan-African Parliament amongst the African Union organs signaled a historical milestone and perhaps the most important development in the strengthening of the African Union institutional architecture. It laid solid grounds for the democratic governance and oversight within the African Union system and provided a formal platform for the peoples of Africa to get involved in discussions and decision-making on issues affecting the continent. The genesis of the Pan-African Parliament can be legally traced back from 1991 with the adoption of the treaty establishing the African Economic Community, adopted on the 3rd of June 1991 in Abuja, also known as the Abuja Treaty. This treaty defined the pillars and grounds of realizing economic development and integration in Africa and called for the creation of a continental parliament amongst a set of organs as tools for the realization of African integration and economic development. This call was re-emphasized in the Sirte Declaration of 1999, which called for the accelerated implementation of the provisions of the Abuja Treaty. At the time of the transformation of the Organization of African Unity into the African Union, the Constitutive Act of the African Union, in keeping with the vision of the signatories to the Abuja Treaty and the Sirte Declaration, set out the AU institutional architecture, which included the PAP. The Pan-African Parliament celebrated its 10 years of existence in March 2014, a year which coincided with the adoption on 27th June 2014 in Malabo, Equatorial Guinea, of the Protocol to the Constitutive Act of the African Union relating to the Pan-African Parliament, PAP Malabo Protocol, which once enforced will transform the PAP into a quasi-legislative body of the AU. While the PAP Malabo Protocol requires 28 ratifications for its entry into force, it has to date been ratified by 15 AU member states with 21 signatures. For the time being, the PAP continues to operate under the Sirte Protocol, which defines its mandate. 6 parliaments have been inaugurated since 2004.
So we cannot revolutionize the situation of Africa if we don't take the women seriously and don't change the work of women into a better, with technology, applying technology and science.
À cet effet, je sollicite la participation active et sans réserve des parlementaires nationaux, régionaux et panafricains à soutenir la position commune et unique de l'Afrique pour d'un côté des gouvernements africains, car l'enjeu n'est plus technique, mais politique. Il s'agit d'affirmer les...
Good afternoon, good afternoon. Can we take our seats, please? Can we take our seats?
Pour que vive le protocole de Kyoto pour la survie de notre continent.
The Pan-African Parliament remains a platform for African people and their grassroots organizations to make an input into the decision-making process on challenges and problems facing our continent.
La première leçon que je tire, c'est que le Parlement est en bonne voie. La deuxième leçon, c'est que nous avons pris un certain nombre de résolutions, notamment cette résolution concernant la ratification du protocole de Malabo, qui fera du Parlement panafricain un organe législatif. Et nous pensons que ce message doit aller dans chaque État partie pour que nous puissions ratifier.
We've gone some way in reviving, renewing, repositioning and reinvigorating the Pan-African Parliament in line with our old strategic thrust. We have a lot of issues on this continent. As people have confidence in us, they are simply saying, you are the right people to push the agenda of the continent. And the agenda of the continent is littered with a lot of challenges.
The PAP has made commendable efforts in promoting the ratification, domestication, and implementation of the AU Shared Values Instruments, including the ratification of the African Charter on Democracy, Elections, and Governance, African Union Convention on Preventing and Combating Corruption, African Charter on Values and Principles of Public Service and Administration, African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the Rights of Women in Africa, amongst others. The 20th anniversary commemoration serves as a platform to educate citizens about the PAP and ignite conversations about the future of the Continental Parliament in line with its mandate. The occasion further serves as a reminder to decision makers around the continent to fulfill their commitment to the PAP by ratifying its revised protocol, now 20 years after sanctioning its establishment. The Parliament has embarked on a process of reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating itself to outline a vision for the future, identifying key areas for improvement and expansion, and emphasize the role of the Parliament in the African Union's Agenda 2063 and other regional development initiatives. It's time to reflect on the journey and chart a path forward.
Okay, may I ask the ushers to quickly settle the guests, particularly those that are in the public gallery. We're about to start. I hope that all honorable members and guests enjoyed their lunch and that we are resuming now to actively engage in the next session. Plenary session number 2 is on climate resilience and adaptation with reference to the Nairobi Declaration. The 2 speakers and presenters for this segment, Honorable C. Frolick, House Chairperson Committees, Parliament of South Africa, and Honorable Gary Sakata, Chairperson. If honorable members, please. Honorable Gary Sakata, Chairperson, Committee on Rural Economy, Agriculture, Natural Resources and Environment of the Pan-African Parliament. I'd like to invite Honorable Frolick to take the floor, please.
No, good afternoon, and may I once again recognize the President of the Pan-African Parliament, the Vice Presidents, members of the Pan-African Parliament, speakers who are present, members of Parliament from the Republic of South Africa and presiding officers, and distinguished guests. I'll make a very brief input on climate resilience and adaptation in the context of the Nairobi Declaration. Honourable members, let me start with the bad news first. The global climate crisis is worsening, with the world dangerously deviating from the Paris Agreement's goal to reduce global greenhouse gas emissions, limit global temperature rise to 1.5 degrees Celsius, enhance climate adaptation and resilience, and to provide financial support through a transparent and accountable system. The recent global stocktake and current trends suggest that we will exceed this limit before 2030. And with November 2023 temperatures temporarily surpassing 2 degrees Celsius and 2024 breaking historical temperature records. Our continent is warming even faster, and we are experiencing more frequent and intense extreme weather events, such as flooding, storms, heat waves, and droughts, which result in wildfires, deaths, economic losses, hunger, and diseases. These events are driving food, energy, and water insecurities, and it is reversing some of the gains that were made as we strive towards Agenda 2063 and the Sustainable Development Goals. In terms of mitigation, it is worth to highlight that G20 nations, who are responsible for 77% of global greenhouse gas emissions, are the main drivers of climate change. In stark contrast, Africa's 55 countries contribute only around 5%, yet we are highly vulnerable to climate impacts and devastation that's caused by it. This inequality is often overlooked due to a lack of up-to-date, comprehensive emission data from African nations, leaving them vulnerable to climate policies such as carbon taxes. From 2026, some members of the G20, including the European Union and the United States of America, will introduce carbon border adjustment mechanisms, commonly known as CBAMs. CBAMs are designed to prevent, and I quote, carbon leakage, where companies relocate carbon-intensive production to countries with less stringent environmental regulations to avoid carbon costs. However, these taxes will impact our industries on the continent, especially those such as cement, iron, steel, and aluminium. Imposing CBAM on African industries in its current form is unfair, it's against the spirit of the Paris Agreement, and it threatens African exports and job creation. African industries still developing need support to decarbonize, but not with punitive measures. This must be combined with substantial capacity building support, enabling Africa to implement tailored decarbonization strategies. A fair CBAM requires differentiated rates, exemptions, or extended timelines, potentially until 2030 for African countries, alongside grant-based support. We disagree with the issuance of climate loans, as the Paris Agreement calls for grants. This approach is effectively making developing countries pay for problems caused by industrialized nations. In terms of adaptation, it's worthwhile to note that in the context, Africa faces increasingly deadly extreme weather events, and there is a need to build resilience and adaptive capacity for communities to strive. To cope, African nations urgently need to invest more in economic diversification, climate information systems, disaster preparedness, including early warning and risk assessment tools, despite limited resources. Maximizing the use of the limited resources should be prioritized as developed countries haven't honored their past financial commitments. They failed to provide the promised $100 billion annually and now pledge only $300 billion by 2035, far below the required $1.3 trillion that
Yeah, it's okay now. It's back.
Okay, it's restored now. There may be a slight lag in terms of interpretation. To reboot the interpretation. They say we're good to go. Thank you.
No, thank you very much to the clerk. You know, when we Africans start talking about reparations due to the impact of the damage that has been caused to the continent, then you suffer power outages. There's a power cut because now you're getting to the real essence of what is required. As I have said, that what was promised is not being delivered upon by the developed countries of the world. This lack of finance thus disproportionately burdens African nations. This lack of finance disproportionately burdens African nations exacerbating the climate crisis and also the humanitarian crisis that is undermining Agenda 2063 and the implementation of SDGs. In terms of climate finance, to facilitate the implementation of the Paris Agreement, financial mechanisms should be enhanced to support developing countries in mitigating climate change, building resilience, and improving their capacity to adapt to climate impacts. Climate finance has been a significant challenge in climate action, as developed countries have not honored their annual pledge, and the situation is getting worse. The 2023 Oxfam report found that developed countries, one, restructured up to 1/3 of their official aid as climate finance instead of new funding. It allocated more funds towards mitigation as opposed to adaptation, thus not prioritizing vulnerable countries. It converted more than a half of the grants into loans. The interpretation is not working. Is it on now? Thank you. As I've said, developed countries converted more than half of the grants into loans. There's still no interpretation. Is it back?
It's okay.
Thank you. It provided inadequate funding for adaptation while resisting commitments to loss and damage funding, and it employed misleading accounting practices to claim that they honored all their pledges. We also note the COP29 pledge in Baku, Azerbaijan, where developed countries pledged to triple climate finance to developing countries. This pledge is voluntary, and the countries can withdraw, as we have already seen, one of the major developed countries in the world, the United States of America, withdrawing from the Paris Agreement. Furthermore, bureaucratic and exclusionary criteria imposed during the application process effectively prevented many African countries from accessing the climate funds, with only a few countries on the continent being exceptions. As such, least developed and developing countries remain skeptical based on the experience with the unfulfilled pledges and promises for climate finance and inaccessibility of these funds. The African Development Bank estimates that Africa will need between $2.6 trillion US, which can exponentially rise towards $3 trillion US by 2030 to fulfill climate commitments. What can parliamentarians do and what should we focus on? Parliaments have a critical role to play in combating climate change through legislation, oversight, and financial allocation. We should ensure that our governments create an enabling environment and act policies and legislation that facilitate the investments necessary to unlock resources and meet climate commitments, and contribute meaningfully to sustainable development, including decarbonization of our sectors. Governments must incentivize renewable energy, facilitate fossil fuel transitions, look at the energy mix that works for the country, and consider carbon pricing while safeguarding local economies. As the guardians of public interest, members of parliament and parliaments on the continent should play an active role in climate finance, ensuring that governments develop the required capacity to meet the climate application requirements. Climate action is not possible in the absence of a coherent and harmonized policy and legislative environment. We should thus ensure development, alignment, and implementation of climate legislation across sectors and governmental levels. These interventions should include constituency-based programs such as awareness campaigns. Our oversight function should extend to monitoring domestic capacity for climate finance coordination. Climate action is only possible when everyone works together. Therefore, we should lobby other global parliaments in the multilateral fora that we attend to honor their commitments. In conclusion, South Africa remains committed to the Paris Agreement as supported by our nationally determined contribution, the NDCs. We are working towards reaching and achieving a goal of zero net emissions by 2050. While we pursue our ambitions at a pace and cost that we can afford, we continue to advocate for climate justice and human rights and support developing nations in meeting their obligations. We are actively using the G20 and P20 leadership role to advance Africa's interest on mitigation, adaptation, reforms in climate financial architecture and investments. Addressing the climate crisis in a fair and sustainable manner requires a comprehensive approach to climate finance and policy. In conclusion, on global trade rules, we must adhere to the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capabilities. Tools like carbon border adjustment mechanism need careful design to prevent unfair pressure on developing economies that are already managing complex developmental challenges. As parliaments, we must strengthen the oversight role over the executive and ensure that there where we do access the funds, that the funds indeed is utilized for the purpose that we get it for. Failure to use climate finance for its purpose can catapult us into a new debt crisis on the continent if the resources, financial resources and otherwise, are not properly utilized. We must ensure that climate policies and finances are transparent, it's inclusive and fair, driving solutions that benefit every community, especially the youth on our continent, and looking at climate change financing through a gender lens is of the utmost importance. I thank you for your attention.
I'd like to apologize first to Honorable Floric for the disruption in the flow of his presentation, but thanking him also for his insightful views, which have already generated a lot of interest from speakers requesting to take the floor. I'd now like to call upon Honorable Gary Sakata, Chairperson of the Committee on Rural Economy, Agriculture, Natural Resources, and Environment of the Pan-African Parliament. Thank you.
Honorable Président du Parlement.
Honorable Speaker of the Pan-African Parliament, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it is a singular honor to address you today on a crucial subject, and that is climate resilience and adaptation, which is at stake for sustainable development, peace and prosperity in Africa. This session around the Nairobi Declaration on Climate Change reminds us that what the situation is and the opportunities that exist. As you know, Africa is at a turning point in terms of climate change. Although our continent well, I'm speaking on the English Channel, so I'm speaking on the English Channel. Yes, we are speaking. Channel 1. Can you hear me? Africa is at a turning point in terms of climate change. Even if our continent is the least responsible for worldwide emissions, it is a victim with the devastating consequences. amongst others, more frequent droughts, loss of biodiversity, loss of food security, and displacement of populations. Strengthening climate resilience and adaptation is not only a matter of survival, it is the basis of sustainable growth. This presentation will consider climate resilience and adaptation for Africa with a specific reference to the Declaration of Nairobi. It will highlight the negative effects of climate change on the continent by using the Democratic Republic of Congo, my country, as a case study to illustrate the consequences. It will also analyze the role of the Pan-African Parliament, national parliaments, regional parliaments in developing a climate change agenda and adaptation. The presentation will have concrete recommendations highlighting resilience and collaboration between parliaments. Dear colleague, let me mention the example of my country, the DRC. The climate change consequences are dismal. Deforestation, severe floods. The country faces many challenges, amongst others, access to adaptation technologies. Policies as the National Adaptation Program and investment in solutions have played a key role in the reduction of vulnerabilities. The preservation of the Congo Basin represents a major form of resilience. At the Pan-African Parliament, we recognize that climate action must be collective and institutional. African parliaments have legislative power, supervisory power, and budgetary power to integrate adaptation strategies in all sectors. Dear colleagues, this symposium of P20, gathering speakers of African parliaments under the umbrella of the Pan-African Parliament, offers an opportune platform to strengthen parliamentary collaboration in terms of African challenges. The Nairobi Declaration, adopted in September 2023, illustrates an African vision that is unified and calls on accrued funding for adaptation, for the consistency of policies, and for intelligent agriculture and energy solution in terms of transition. It also states the will of Africa to direct the agenda in terms of decarbonation. This will be the theme of 2026, which gives the subject a strategic importance. The Pan-African Parliament, through its Committee on Agriculture, as well as other initiatives, can translate this African resilience through model laws. The African parliaments, particularly the Pan-African Parliament, have a responsibility in terms of climate resilience and adaptation. On the legislative side, in terms of supervision and in terms of budgetary capability. As far as the legal aspect is concerned, we have to adopt laws that are sensitive to climate and that are conducive to African development, also integrate African and international agreements such as the Paris Agreement, and also use other instruments such as PAP model laws. In terms of supervision and responsibility, we need to follow the implementation of resilience projects and also to demand transparency in terms of climate funding and make sure that the funds are used to help local vulnerable communities. We also need to strengthen collaboration with the regional economic communities and civil society. In terms of mobilizing resources, we need to support investments and resilience infrastructure. We also need to plead in favor of a concessional funding as well as the international financial reforms as stated by the Nairobi Declaration. It is essential to integrate parliamentarians in national delegations during climate negotiations worldwide, and also to implement technical assistance such as the Santiago Network. We also need to adopt and institutionalize the model law on climate change. What are our conclusions and our recommendations, honorable colleagues? The resilience, future resilience of Africa depends on decisions that we make today. As representatives of our people, we need to meet those challenges with unity, urgency, and ambition. I therefore suggest the following recommendations. Give priority to climate adaptation in national and continental agendas, especially in vulnerable sectors like agriculture and health. 2, speed up the implementation of the model law of the Pan-African Parliament in terms of collaboration between parliaments, guaranteeing collaboration between parliaments in terms of the climate process. Triple funding for adaptation in Africa by favoring investments on the continent. Institutionalize parliamentary dialogue on climate change as an annual appointment, an annual gathering. Give local communities more independence by recognizing their essential role in the ecosystem. Also, work towards a financial reform so that funding is equitable and accessible for African countries. In conclusion, dear colleagues, the path to climate resilience is not a solitary path. It demands an audacious leadership and a parliamentary commitment. As African parliamentarians and speaking with the one voice for one Africa by building a resilient future for climate. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the presentation. May I ask you to give him another round of applause, please. Now it's time for debate. I have a list of speakers, also the list of speakers with my colleague who is co-chairing. The first speaker will be Professor Randa Mustafa from Egypt. You have the floor, Your Excellency.
Can you vote?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, Africa, while contributing the least to global greenhouse gas emission, is disproportionately vulnerable to the impacts of climate change, including floods, food insecurity, and biodiversity. The Nairobian Declaration adopted at the African Climate Summit in September 2023 represents a turning point, asserting Africans' unified voice in the global climate dialogue. By demanding fair financing, investing in green development, and focusing on community resilience, Africa can lead in sustainable adaptation while pushing the world toward climate justice and equity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. That was quite a fruitful input you have made. I now have an opportunity to invite Honorable Cheniti from Tunisia to partake in this debate.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair. Well, today I'm very honored to intervene in the name of Tunisian Republic on this topic. This topic is not concerned with the future of Africa alone, but the future of humanity. Despite that, Africa is less contributive to this climate change. It is the most affected by climate change, given the floods and the rise of heat. Despite all these challenges, Africa is still only a victim, but can be an active contributor if there is a political will, and then political will and mobilization of resources. So the strategic way forward that we have to work for is to enhance our sovereignty and to have policies that are based on traditional knowledge and modern technology. Secondly, investment in renewable energy, especially solar system and the winds. And we have a lot of resources in this country in this regard in our continent. And then development of partnerships between the South-South and technologies in order to mitigate the impact of climatic change. Number 4, to exercise a kind of pressure to industrialized countries to fulfill their obligations and commitment to African countries, especially the Green Fund. Viva Africa as one voice. Thank you all.
Honorable Speaker, who contributed on climate issue. As you know, climate is very critical. Climate issue is very critical for Africa. And also, as the Honorable Speaker said, our contribution for carbon emission is very low, but we are most affected countries, a continent in Africa. So at the same time, Honorable Members, you need to know this P20 Summit is platform for Pan-African Parliament especially. We are not still members of P20, but we are observers. We have that status of observers, while AU is a full member of the G20. So we need South African government and the Parliament. Would like to urge you to push for that membership of Pan-African Parliament. So I think today, members who are, when you are contributing, you need to give us some input on what area we can negotiate, we can give and take. That will be very important. It's our internal, as PAP, what we are discussing, what we are debating, of course, it's very important. For this specific purpose, we need to give to the Bureau, to the Parliament of South Africa, which can give them power of negotiation, idea which can contribute to bring Pan-African Parliament and the people of Africa beneficiary out of this conference. Having said this, may I ask Honorable Barakat to take the floor. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. President and Vice President.
Chaque année, une conférence.
Every year, a conference of parties named COP is organized. This year, COP30 will hold in Brazil. Are Africa's priorities taken into consideration during the COP meetings? The answer is no, for instance. We have Africa's priority is adaptation and mitigation, climate change, but they concentrate on the priority of the developed countries, and it is more funded than adaptation. Furthermore, subvention for climate finances is transformed into loans. So developing countries are called upon to take loans to finance mitigation. So we see that those who pollute do not want to contribute or face their responsibilities. So what are we supposed to do? Should we indefinitely wait for funds that are not coming? We have other choices open to us. And we have to look for alternate funding. We have the processing of our raw material in Africa, which can fund an alternative. The fight against illicit financial flux is estimated that every year Africa loses about $70 billion per year. Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Member. We are now proceeding to the next speaker. On my list is Honorable Fagnon from Benin. You may take the floor.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. I wish to commend the quality of the communication of the paper and pull attention to the fact that there is a strategy, African Union's strategy on climate change. It is 2022-2032, and we have a detailed program on agricultural development in Africa. I'm calling on the leadership of every country, dear parliamentarians, to vote and accompany countries so that they'll have a framework law on climate change, which has been ongoing since 2018. We have a national plan on mitigation and adaptation to climate change. We have a program on mobilization of resources. Only we have constraints to have access to green fund. So we want countries to pull their resources together so that there is accessibility to climate fund, and that the capacity of countries is enhanced. We didn't pay attention to the aspect of mitigation because to the others, climate change in terms of importation is enhanced. In the years to come, by 2030, agricultural produce that come from deforestation would not be used in the European market, for instance. Mr. Chair, we need to be watchful because in COP in 2015 in France, they promised $100 million per year to support developing countries, that's Africans, and we got nothing. And curiously, in Azerbaijan, they tripled that money, which means we have more interest in standing as one.
Mr. Chairperson, the only way for Africa to ensure that its voice is heard is through the Pan-African Parliament, because here parliamentarians from all African countries work together. So behind South Africa, we can work together. We are the ones, we are the voice of the community. We are the ones who vote budgets. So we need to bring our remarks and useful contributions to influence public policies in terms of
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Honorable, for your contribution. Our next speaker will be Honorable Aoumia from Mauritania. You have the floor.
بسم الله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله. سيد الرئيس، السيدات والسادة أعضاء البرلمان الإفريقي المحترم. أتحدث إليكم اليوم.
Today I will talk to you about the most challenges that happen in the annual capital when it comes to climate change. It is clear that the climate change has an impact that is not equal between countries. Our country, Mauritania, like the Sahel countries, is one of the most vulnerable countries when it comes to climatic change. Our contribution to international climate is very little, but there is cultural impact. Many African countries are suffering from climatic impact like floods and drought. These impacts affect loss of crops and also lack of resources. One of the challenges this climatic change comes along with the increase of population number, which exercise pressure on resources and leads to conflicts over resources. The Sahel region witnesses very disastrous crisis among its social fabrics, and Afwan, Mauritania is living or experiencing the impact as it hosts the largest human movement as a result of conflicts in the neighboring countries, which actually pressurize the resources. It has become very incumbent that the developed countries must enhance their commitment to support the mitigation of climatic change, and also to make these funds accessible. And also the climate change has threatened our health systems as a result of diseases that result in climatic change. This also increases the vulnerability of the countries. We in Africa, we need what is called climatic justice. This concept is very important. It is this justice, climatic justice, is an important concept to mitigate the impact of climate change, meaning that it will distribute responsibilities among the developed countries and the developing countries. There should be also compensation, because the developed countries that have contributed much to the climatic change must contribute to funding the countries that are having the impact. And also we need support to local communities such as women and children, because they are the most affected by this phenomena, and they have the possibility of making change. And also education. We have to enlighten our population, and at the end, we have to be aware that this mitigation of climatic change requires our coordination and collaboration, and this should be part of our policies and strategies. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the developed countries to admit their moral responsibility and to come with solutions and contributions to mitigation of the impact. So, despite despite its fragile situation, Mauritania has done a lot when it comes to local programs to mitigate the impact of climate change. This effort has resulted in the local legislation about climate, and also it has local reports about climate, and also it is launching the second version of the legislation. This is an implementation. So these efforts are representation of the aspirations of the president, who has been following up all the summits. Despite all this, many African countries are still waiting for the developed countries to cope with the requirements of climatic change. Promises are not enough. It is high time to walk the talk. Every time that passes, we need more effort. Africa has the possibility of presenting an example that can be followed when it comes to mitigation of climatic change. If we work together to achieve this objective, we will do a lot. Thank you very much.
Honourable Member, for such valuable inputs you have made to this discussion. We are now inviting Honourable Njai from Gambia to take the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Co-Chair. I think my contribution have been touched by most of the speakers, but I would not start without emphasizing on the important aspect of the Nairobi Declaration, because it had acknowledged Africa's vulnerability to climate, and also highlighted that Africa's warming is at a faster rate than the global average, which I think we should bear in mind. This is not only bad, but it is leading to adverse impacts on the continent's economy, as well as its health, education, and most importantly, our security, because it is exposing us to so much hazard. And this recognition by the Nairobi Declaration is vital, as it reinforces the need for special attention and support for African countries, which we have seen in the Paris Agreement. Yet, the pledges have not been coming. The Nairobi Declaration also emphasizes the global responsibility, and I think as a continental assembly, we must hold those responsible for all these climate adversities to make sure that they pay their dues to African countries, because they cannot just tell Africans that we need to stop using certain things without them compensating for us for alternatives. And I would also bring the attention to this assembly to the just recently adversary provision by the International Court of Justice. Last week, on the 23rd of July, the ICJ provided an adversary opinion on the relationship between states and climate change, entitled "The Obligations of States in Respect of Climate Change." This very important adversary affirmed that it is part of the obligation of states to ensure the protection of the climate from emission for new and future generations. These states' obligations are not limited to voluntary or negotiated treaties, but they also hold states responsible for harms caused due to climate change. And we all know that Africa is the least contributor to climate change, and we are the mostly affected in climate change. So as a continental parliament, we should be discussing the implications of this very important ICJ ruling as our continent through, though the least developed and the least implicated is, like I said, the most affected. It also reaffirms the principles of equity and common law, but differentiated responsibilities. So as a parliament, I think we should come up by the end of the day, make sure that we hold those responsible and make sure that their pledges are fulfilled and on time, because justice delayed is always justice denied. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. May I give floor to Honorable Masaret Masresha of Ethiopia. You have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable President. We should work side by side to mitigate climate change. Climate change is a threat not only to Africa, but also to the world agenda that deserves everyone's attention. Therefore, it is important to have a broad discussion at the PAP level. Ethiopia working hard to mitigate the impact of climate change. It has developed a policy framework and has a long-term strategy. Some of the mitigation strategy of climate change in Ethiopia: use of renewable energy, afforestation and reforestation program. In Ethiopia, there are many initiatives driven by climate-resilient green economy. In green legacy, in recent few years, Ethiopia has planted 40 billion, more than 40 billion different trees by the higher leader initiative and commitment and also community engagement. To reduce the climate change, and also the end of this week, we have a green legacy program in which Ethiopians expect to plant 700 million various trees in one day. Generally, Ethiopia is on the right position to contribute in all aspects of including climate change. To reduce the impact of climate change as Africa needs to hard work to strong integration within member of status. Lastly, one question. How can all African countries and regions build capacity and strength coordination to the platform and mitigation the impact of climate change and climate justice? Thank you, Honorable.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. I now take this opportunity and invite Honorable Passaris from Kenya. She's probably outside. Whilst we await her to come back, may I invite Honorable Member from Eswatini.
Thank you, Chair. On the issue of climate change, what I think is that we are not giving a priority to climate change, because if we are giving the priority, we will be budgeting instead of looking for other funds that will be donated. And secondly, I agree with the funds that are used for mitigation. We only make sure that the people that are affected are assisted through the disasters. Before the disasters, we just look down upon climate change. And what I would suggest is that maybe we can share information with countries who have better policies, who are applying, beside benchmarking, maybe going to their countries to see how it is done, because seemingly in Africa, we are only concerned once there is drought, once there are floods. It's the only time that we are able to see that we need some funds for the disasters. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. May I ask Honorable Dr. Baja of Algeria to take the floor.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for the floor. إذن القدرة
the capacity or resilience, and it means being prepared for changes and also to customize. This means that we have to assess the hazards, the climate hazards, and also to take steps to mitigate the devastating impact on peoples and environmental systems. Why Africa needs to enhance its capacity for resilience? Because we are suffering from recurrent drought, floods, and also retreat of eco-diversity, poor resources, and also our inability to respond quickly. And also we depend on rain agriculture, which means that our living conditions are connected with climate. So how can we enhance our capacity in resilience? We have to enhance smart agriculture. We have to use certain crops that resist drought, and also we have to enhance irrigation systems and diversify food sources, and also to have to build infrastructure, dams, and develop systems, early warning systems for climatic changes. And also we have to enable and empower local societies, and also we need international support, international funding. We have to request funds from climate change, such as Green Fund, and also transfer of technology from developed countries to Africa. The importance of enhancing resilience means we mitigate the impact, and also enhance sustainable development, protection of living conditions. This ability and resilience and mitigation is a continuous process that requires coping with climatic changes at individual and societal level. So this effort should be comprehensive and integrated with sustainable development, and also to achieve environmental objectives, economic, environmental, and social objectives. Thank you very much.
Yeah, the last speaker in our list, or you have your Excellency. You proceed. Okay. Yes. The next speaker will be Honorable Amina Tijani Yaya from Chad. You have the floor.
في البداية أشكر السيدة.
I would like to thank Mr. Chair for giving me the chance, and also I would like to salute my Pan-African Parliament and also a South African Parliament. This is an opportunity for parliamentarians to discuss very important issues in the continent, the trade justice, climatic change, and also their morality. Before I start concerning this topic, climatic change, I would like to remind our colleagues that our continent is suffering severely from the impact of climatic change. There is the heat is increasing, and also rainfall is decreasing. A lot of climatic changes, such as floods, our colleague from Algeria mentioned, and also drought. Chad, as an African country, is one of the countries that that are more exposed to climatic change, as our population are facing great challenges because of climatic change. We have there is deterioration of soil, agricultural soil, and this threatens rural societies that depend mainly on agriculture, and also cattle grazing, and this increases poverty and lacks of food security, let alone conflicts among societies, and also threatening regional security. As far as African Parliament is concerned, Pan-African Parliament plays a very important role in climate change through enhancing legislation pertaining to climate change and taking part in international negotiations, enhancing regional coordination, and also supporting issues pertaining to climate. And there is a lot of examples when it comes to Pan-African Parliament. There is the African Parliamentarians Forum on climate change in May 2023, and also cooperating with African climatic justice, and also support for our strategy 2063. Sorry. We as parliamentarians will have to take measures to mitigate the negative impact of climate change, and also to cope with the changes. So the measures that we have to take for mitigation are to grow climate resistance crops, and also to enhance early warning systems, in addition to developing systems that are resilient. We also have to move to renewable energy sources. We also have to do what it takes to protect people, and also to enhance our social systems in the continent. There are certain elements to build the resilience, so meaning preparedness, coping, and also recovery. The other challenges, that the continent is facing when it comes to climate change, there is lack of resources, constitutional challenges. There might be other challenges, such as coordination of efforts among players, and implementation of policies and legislation that have to do with mitigation, and when it comes to solutions, we have to enhance international cooperation, technology, empowerment of local societies, and also making use of traditional knowledge. Thank you very much.
Honourable Member, we don't seem to have Honourable Passaris back in the House, and accordingly we will pass her, and which then takes us to our last speaker. Our last speaker is Honourable Abdou Salam from Mauritania.
We have submitted our request.
I have already written my name twice this day, but I haven't seen my name. It's a farmer from Senegal.
There's only one speakers list remaining here with us, so I took it at the back for interpretation. You still have one? Okay. Sorry very much. I think he still has one.
But me, I have twice.
What is your surname?
It's a farmer Ba. It is the assistant, because they say that this presentation would be for tomorrow, and they are mistaken.
Okay, no, that's fine. We'll allow you. an opportunity to speak.
Thank you.
Yes. The honourable member from Mauritania.
I have also submitted my name. I submitted my name.
The honorable member.
Honorable members, we have enough time, but still the lists are not submitted. My co-chair, she is so generous. She allowed you, but still you are most welcome.
Yeah. Okay. Honourable members, again, we don't know it doesn't look like Honorable Abuta Salam is in the house. That's what we got from the... He's not here. He has left already. Okay, that's fine. So we will allow the two speakers after we shall have concluded with our last speaker on the list, so that we afford you an opportunity to make your contributions as well.
Okay, thank you, dear President. Good afternoon, dear Honorable Excellencies. Good afternoon, dear colleagues, member of Pan-African Parliament. Okay, my name is Fama Ba from Senegal, but I would begin in French. J'aurais à demander au Pan-African Parliament de prendre des décisions, parce qu'il y a beaucoup de choses qui se sont dites ici, très importantes, qu'il ne faut pas...
It's very important. And we don't have to shelve them, because I think the Pan-African Parliament has to be the place where we need to settle Africa's issues. As regards climate change, we're well aware that there's so many consequences. We have food security issues, lack of water, coastal erosion, and illegal immigration. Because if we don't have land to cultivate, and then we are famished or suffering from famine, and for example, we don't have we don't know what to do to take care of our needs. We have to take out on board illegal issues. We also have border issues, free circulation of free movement of people and goods. I think the time has come to count on ourselves. Africa has to count on itself, because the West will never come and develop Africa for us. This has to be very clear. We also face the issue of Africa lacking sovereignty. And how can we achieve sovereignty? Africa is increasingly impacted and is vulnerable due to the consequences of climate change. But we are all aware that it is the West that is the greatest polluter, and we need to demand justice for Africa, because the consequences of these climate change brings about pollution, drought, and that's a major issue for us Africans. Now, when would the time come for Africa to rise and react positively without depending on the West? That's the question. Disasters are many, and as a result, sovereignty will be difficult to achieve. Now, is Africa not yet ready to take charge of its own destiny? And I apologize if I repeat myself, but we have to avoid this brainwashing, because some Africans feel that without the West we can develop. You can see Rwanda has tried, South Africa has tried, and I think it's time for us to take our destiny into our own hands. We need self-belief. We need to believe in ourselves. Once again, we are demanding this justice for our own local development, our own sustainable development. We have to involve our rural population. We We need to support them. We need to involve them. Increasingly, we also need to involve them in education. We need to involve students and even especially young people in order to cultivate and to develop a citizenship that will enable the young people to plant trees, protect the environment, and avoid the wrong use of plastics. Long live Senegal, long live African unity, and long live Pan-African Parliament. Thank you.
Honorable from Gambia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable President. With your permission, I want to stand. Honorable President, as you said, today's discussion is very important, and we want to thank the South African Parliament for this wonderful initiation. And I believe our debates will have a long way to help both parliaments. Your Excellency, climate change is real. Nobody in this House will doubt that climate change is happening, and it is affecting seriously on the life and livelihood of Africans. The effects of climate change has been alluded by the chairperson of the Committee on Rural Economy, Honorable Sakata, that climate change leads to poor rainfall or erratic rainfall system. It leads to drought, long-standing drought. It leads to extinct of plants and animal species in our continent. It also leads to a lot of diseases, skin cancers that we are witnessing. And honorable members of this parliament, we always go to COP29 or COP to talk about climate justice, to talk about climate issues. But what do we go there with as Pan-African Parliament? I think this forum will help us to be better prepared, to have more resources, to be able to make wonderful presentations to the rest of the world, to know that Africa, we are not the greatest emitters, but we are the greatest in our continent to suffer. We suffer most. But now we cannot just be blaming West for causing this emission. We need to have a mechanism in place. What do we have in our budget to fight against climate injustice or climate issues in our countries? So it's time for us to protect ourselves, because they have been promising us, they have been pledging that they will give millions to Africans. At the end of the day, they are not bringing anything on the table. So should we rely on them when our people are dying, when our agricultural sector is dying, when there is food poverty in our continent? We can't rely on that. So Africa must be prepared to combat climate injustice and climate change, to see to it that we do reforestation, replanting, as done by Ethiopia. Every African must plant a tree. Every African must be a champion of environment. We must protect our environment. So we must have solutions to this. We said African problem, African solutions. So let us not rely on them. Let's look at what Donald Trump is treating, the way he's treating Africans. So who knows at the end of the day what will happen? So let's focus on Africa. Let's have our own strategies. Let us stop these so-called declarations. At the end of the day, we don't respect them. Banjul Declaration, Abuja Declaration, Malabo Protocol. At the end of the day, nobody respects them. We don't see anything out of it. Yeah, so let's be action-oriented. It's the year of action. Africa for Africans, those in abroad, those at home. But we must stand firm to solve this climate injustice. Thank you.
Very good.
Thank you, Honorable, for that very powerful speech and interventions. Now may I ask the Honorable Bidara from Rwanda. Yes, floor.
Thank you, Chairperson of this session. I want to thank the presenters on climate resilience and adaptation for really very very useful presentation. I want to echo the comments from the Honorable Lady Member from Senegal, as well as the Honorable Member from Gambia. We have a proverb in my language or in my community which says that external support always comes when the rain has subsided. What it means is that the support comes in when the damage is already done. So I'm of the view that climate change today is a reality. The weather patterns have become quite unpredictable. The rains come either too early or too late, and this remains a very big challenge for the smallholder farmers in particular. So I agree totally with the two honorable members that we need to build our internal capacities. We can still look for support from outside, but the support should only come when we have also tried to build our own internal capacities. And here I'm looking at, for instance, the meteorology departments in our own countries are not able to predict the weather changes with precision. So I think that it's very important that our countries invest heavily in the meteorological department so that they can be able to predict with precision when the rains will come, so that they can be able to inform or provide informative information to the farmers, particularly the smallholder farmers who rely on rain-fed agriculture. I'm also thinking that we need to invest heavily on irrigation. We cannot afford to rely on rain entirely now because the rains have become unpredictable. And as we invest in the irrigation equipment, we also need to look at irrigation equipment that perhaps is solar-driven, so as to avoid also continuing to emit greenhouse gas emissions into the universe. So these are very important interventions that we need to do as in our own country. The other one I think that we need to invest in is investing in insurance covers for our crops as well as livestock. And here I think the states need to put in some bit of subsidy because insurance, as we know, is very expensive. And therefore, we need to call upon our states to invest in insurance cover so that when the rains fail to come and farmers have planted their crops, they do not have, or they do not actually absorb the total loss as a result of that damage. So I think that's very important that we as parliamentarians really look at some of the policies that we have in our own countries and be able to inform those policies so that they can be able to support our smallholder farmers who are facing major challenges with the climate change. At a global level, I think the developed countries, as we know, have a historical responsibility to support developing countries because, as we know, they are responsible for the greenhouse emissions that are affecting us, that are affecting our climate, our weather, and climate for that matter. And therefore, it's very important that their commitments, particularly after the Paris Accord, where they committed some substantial amount of money, that this money becomes available to support our adaptation, which remains lowly supported. I also think that's very important that they also provide affordable and appropriate technology because they have that capacity. And that would be very important for us to have those technologies so that we can be able to contextualize them in our own situations. Those are my comments. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much to the last presenter on this topic, and I think all the presentations and comments were well received, and we thank you for that. I'll now ask the clerk to introduce the next topic in this third plenary session.
Honorable President, the session 3 is on addressing predatory mining and promoting ethical resource governance. The first speaker is Honorable Jay Majozi, House Chairperson, International Relations, Parliament of South Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the Program Director and Clerk for Pan-African Parliament, the Honorable President of the Pan-African Parliament, Honorable Chaumbira, and all the Vice Presidents of Pan-African Parliament, the leader of the South African delegation, the Honorable Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces. You will excuse me, I think I'm coming down with flu. Yeah, the Honorable Mutsweni Tsipani, the Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Honorable Les Governor, and the House Chairpersons of both houses of RSA Parliament, members of the PAP, speakers of the PAP, and all honorable members present today from various parliaments. This is a critical moment for Africa's parliamentary journey as we gather under the theme Harnessing Parliamentary Diplomacy for the Realization of Global Solidarity, Equality, and Sustainability. This theme is not abstract. It reflects the urgent need to bridge global disparities, defend planetary resources, and promote justice through institutions of democratic representation, particularly our parliaments. A key battleground in this pursuit is natural resource governance and specifically predator mining. Africa is rich in mineral wealth. The President has outlined that when he was opening, yet too many of our people remain poor. Predatory mining practices exploit our resources, erode ecosystems, and rob governments of revenues. The long-term implication of the deepening resource curse, where mineral wealth fuels inequality and instability rather than inclusive development, ultimately hindering Africa's ability to achieve sustainable and equitable growth. Therefore, parliamentary diplomacy must respond through legislation, oversight, and regional collaboration. Understanding predatory mining and its impacts. Predatory mining refers to exploitative, profit-maximizing extraction that ignores environmental and social cost. This differs from illegal mining, but both can overlap, deepening state fragility and social unrest. In South Africa, we have had a problem for quite some time now of dealing with illegal miners, and in minings that are being closed, we call them zamazamas. It is undocumented migrants who come and start this mining, but this obviously is caused by poverty, unemployment. People are seeking to get employment and people just want to make the means. So as Africa, we must now take the action of how then do we collaborate together and make sure that our people also benefit. Why does it matter? Mining contributes significantly to the gross domestic product of countries such as South Africa, Democratic Republic of the Congo, Zambia, Ghana, Botswana, Namibia, Zimbabwe, Mali, Burkina Faso, Tanzania. Out of the 54 international recognized African countries, over 50 countries have some form of active mining activities. This includes industrial scale mining as well as artisanal and small scale mining. But predatory mining leads to environmental degradation, community displacement, lost public revenue, worsened inequality and conflicts. Therefore, we cannot speak on global solidarity or sustainability while these practices persist. Global solidarity begins at home. And addressing predatory mining is not just about minerals. It is about dignity, sovereignty, and justice for African people. International perspectives on predatory mining. The international community recognizes predatory mining as a multidimensional threat, advocating for transparency, accountability, and responsible practices in the mining sector. The international bodies like the Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development, Extractive Industry Transparency Initiative, and Intergovernmental Forum on Mining, Minerals, Metals, and Sustainable Development provide good starting points by promoting frameworks to combat predatory mining through transparency and corporate due diligence. At a high level, it is worth highlighting the following international standard settings, bodies and frameworks focused on addressing predatory mining. The Extractive Industry Transparency Initiative requires governments and companies to disclose financial data, but its voluntary nature limits enforcement and accountability. The OECD due diligence guidance aims to prevent conflict minerals, but lacks binding enforcement, particularly in artisanal mining contexts. The International Cyanide Management Code promotes safe cyanide use, but is also voluntary and does not cover artisanal mining. The IGF Mining Policy Framework provides best practices for sustainable mining governance, but relies on voluntary implementation. The African regional bodies are increasingly focused on addressing predatory mining through enforcement, accountability, and structural reform to combat the resource curse. The African Union and the Economic Community of West African States have called for a shift from extractivism to a people-centered mineral regime that promotes development and justice. Regional frameworks like the African Mining Vision aim to ensure mineral wealth supports inclusive growth and sustainable development. The Southern African Development Community Mining Protocol Directive provides frameworks for harmonizing mining policies and ensuring community participation. The ECOWAS Directive mandates free, prior, and informed consent to prevent land grabs and requires environmental assessments. Despite these frameworks, many remain non-binding, limiting their effectiveness in curbing predatory mining practices. We must be deliberate as Africa when it comes to the efforts to effectiveness and being efficient. We must create policies not only relying on frameworks that will not be binding to everyone, but policies that would be adhered by even private miners, so that we know that all our laws that will be implemented will be monitored and people would adhere to those laws. It is important to highlight two key regional frameworks, namely the African Peer Review Mechanism and the revised Africa Mining Revision. The African Peer Review Mechanism, which is a voluntary self-assessment tool for governance in African Union member states, focuses on governance, economic management, and social development. Importantly, it highlights challenges in natural resource governance, including contract secrecy and weak enforcement by member states. The effectiveness of the APIRM in addressing mining issues has been mixed due to its voluntary nature and lack of legal obligation for implementation. However, there has been some positive outcomes, such as Ghana's commitment to the Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative. After the APRM reviews in 2005 and 2010, the revised Africa mining vision must be seen as a strategic shift in mineral governance for Africa. The updated African mining vision 2.0 represents a major policy milestone. AMV 2.0 aims to align mining with socio-economic development and sustainability across Africa. The AMV 2.0 was launched in 2024 and focuses on inclusive strategies on fiscal regimes, community inclusion, and environmental sustainability. It addresses challenges in harnessing Africa's mineral resources for sustainable development. The review makes the AMV more relevant to modern sector changes and aligns with sustainable development goals. In all of the mentioned frameworks, the challenge is the lack of the political will. Lack of political will poses a significant challenge to effectively addressing predatory mining practices in Africa. Political commitment is essential for integrating international best practices into domestic law. Without political will, voluntary frameworks risk becoming ineffective and merely symbolic. The absence of commitment can lead to exploitative practices continuing unchecked. Therefore, as parliamentarians, we must turn the frameworks into law and monitor all compliance. The role of parliamentarians in ethical mining. Members of parliament from all different countries who are here play a crucial role in protecting communities and driving reforms for ethical mining practices. Members of parliament can play a key role in several areas that can help curb predatory mining and promote ethical governance in Africa. Legislative actions develop national laws aligned with the Africa Mining Vision 2.0 and the Sustainable Development Goals. Regulate environmental protections, workers' rights, and corporate transparency. Prioritize the formalization of artisanal and small-scale mining, oversight and accountability. Establish or strengthen extractive industries committees of parliament. Monitor mining contracts, revenues, and environmental audits. Ensure free, prior, and informed consent for affected communities. Diplomatic leadership. Use parliamentary diplomacy to promote regional alignment of mining policies. Push for global due diligence laws with the enforcement mechanism. Advocate for just energy transition financing that benefits Africa. Public engagement includes civil society and communities in mining policy discussions. Promote public access to mining-related data. In conclusion, Honorable President and Honorable Presiding Officers, to realize global solidarity, equality, and sustainability, Africa must stop being treated as a resource frontier and rather as a right-bearing continent with sovereign authority over its minerals. Effective integration of enforcement measures into regional frameworks is essential for curbing predatory mining in Africa. Therefore, African parliaments to legislate and enforce ethical mining standards. International partners to support binding frameworks, not just voluntary codes. Voluntary frameworks must be implemented effectively to promote ethical mining and sustainable development. Regional cooperation and international accountability mechanisms are vital for achieving the goals of Agenda 2063 and the SDGs. The global community to finance Africa's mineral-driven green transition on Africa's terms. Parliamentary diplomacy must move from soft power to smart power by aligning legislation, demanding accountability, and ensuring the dignity of African communities. The time for action has come. Less boardroom meetings and more action, so that our people that put us here to represent them, they see and have fruits of what they have elected. Let us unite in growing Africa's agenda, and I thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Jay Majosi, for that presentation. On account of time, we move to the next speaker, Honorable Gary Sakata, Chairperson, Committee on Rural Economy, Agriculture, Natural Resources, and Environment. Thank you.
Honorable President, chers collègues.
Honorable Chairperson, dear colleague, my presentation is going to be very brief. The speaker who just finished now has captured most of the ideas I wanted to convey, and I wouldn't repeat them. Distinguished guests, dear committee members, I am honored to take the floor here today to tackle a very important and crucial topic which concerns Africa, that is predatory and illicit mining and the promotion of ethics. As you already know, Africa is one of the continents which is blessed with adequate mineral and mining resources, but a lot of our resources from the mining sector have been unable to enable African economies to take off. So we are living in a paradox of countries which have mineral wealth, but the people are poor. I must recall that mines and natural resources are not renewable. Once depleted, mines cannot be renewed before a period of 1,000 years. And this poses an ethical problem and equally causes the current generation to be accountable for what happens to future generations which wouldn't have any mining resources left. It is equally necessary to mention that regions in Africa where wars and insecurity are rife are the same areas where there are an abundance of mineral resources. Permit me illustrate this statement with the case of the DRC, my country of origin, where we have a lot of mining resources, but we are facing rife insecurity, loss of human lives, illicit exploitation of mines, environmental pollution, drying up of waterbeds, and etc., etc. Access to mining resources in Africa, as you would all agree, has become an economic stake, a geopolitical stake, and equally a geostrategic stake across the world. So what strategy should PAP adopt in the face of such scourges? So this is the objective of my presentation. African parliaments, especially PAP, have a multiple responsibility to curb illicit exploitation of our mines and equally need to be mindful of governance in the mining sector. As such, PAP
has a number of missions. One of the missions of PAP is a legislative mandate. The PAP should propose a legislative framework through model laws, laying emphasis on repressive actions and accountability of stakeholders involved in predatory and illicit exploitation of mines. Secondly, PAP would equally need to convince states to improve political, legal, regulatory, and other kinds of structures involved in mining. So on the issue of control and accountability, the Pan-African Parliament should promote transparency in the obtention of mining licenses. We need to equally strengthen mechanisms for the participation of impacted local communities. There is equally a need to promote the transformation of mining resources on the African continent in view of obtaining the added value, because without local processing, our states and economies remain very poor. We also need to promote good governance economically and politically through a sound and fair distribution of wealth from the mines. We also finally need to promote inter-industrial relationships, be they vertically or horizontally, between industries and states of the African Union. Honorable President, dear colleagues, in conclusion, I would like to formulate a number of recommendations. I said I was going to be very brief. Honorable President, the time for action is now. Our children and our grandchildren shall hold us responsible if we do not change our trajectory today. As such, as the guarantors of public policies and representatives of our people, we need to live up to their expectations. It is in this regard that I would make the following recommendations. 1, coordinate Africa's position in all international negotiations in the mining sector. 2, impose to states the obligation to locally process all mining and mineral wealth locally. Accuse multinational companies and states who fund wars for the purposes of illicit mining
on continue. Honorable Président, j'en étais à donner les recommandations. J'étais à la 3e recommandation. 2e recommandation, imposer aux États l'obligation de transformer localement les minerais exploités. 3e, indexer les multinationales et les États qui financent les guerres en vue...
Sorry, Honorable, we don't have interpretations.
It's okay?
Can you please give it 5 minutes? The system is still rebooting, or else you won't get it.
Oui, c'est bon.
It's okay.
C'est bon, oui.
It's okay, vous can continue. Vas-y.
La traduction.
Yes, it works. Is there interpretation? Maybe break for 5 minutes.
So there's no interpretation. They are still busy. The server, okay.
His Excellency President is advising us to have 5 minutes break and then resume. Is that okay? Just to stretch. Thank you.
Une pause de 5 minutes et on reprend après. Sound test 1, 2, 3.
time.
Do you have the Did you have this setting all the time?
We do have generations. We do have a generator that kicks in.
So you
Honorable Chairperson, I think now you can resume your presentation.
Honorable Sakata, come proceed. Even if the chamber is empty, just proceed.
Honorable Président, chers collègues, j'étais en train de lire.
Honorable President, dear colleague, I was just about reading my conclusion and the recommendations that go with it. I was making a few proposals through which PAP can coordinate Africa's position in all international negotiations on mining-related issues. Secondly, impose to states the obligation to locally process minerals in view of obtaining added value. Thirdly, denounce and point an accusing finger at multinationals and states which fund wars to favor illicit exploitation of our mining wealth. 4, propose a PAP model law on mining exploitation and encourage discussions between national parliaments. 5th point, secure investors in the mining sector by including clauses to guarantee stability. 6th point, accelerate parliamentary diplomacy. In conclusion, Honorable President, dear colleagues, mines, like I said, are non-renewable resources. Their use must lead to economic growth and socio-economic development of Africa. We need collective awareness from ourselves, members of the PAP, as well as governments of our respective countries. We need to put up efforts together as African parliamentarians and speak in one voice for one Africa by proposing ethical management and use of our mining wealth. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Member, for your presentation. And may I ask you to give him the round of applause, please. Honorable members, we have a list of speakers. But before we move to that, Pan-African Parliament, we have our own ambassador who knows that area very well, who can even lecture us in that area. Unfortunately, the time will be limited. We will give her 5 minutes, Your Excellency Ambassador Bridget Motsepe.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President, Honorable President. I've been an ambassador for the African Union Parliament for Inter-Africa Trade, Economic Development, Entrepreneurship for a few years. And what worries me is that when I've been building mines from 1986. I was the first black producer of mines in South Africa. Anglo-Ashanti was built by me. I built mines in Africa, 500 million phosphate mine in Russia, Citron in Switzerland, Joinville in France, all over the world. I've been building for the big mining houses. But when I come to Africa, I see that the legislation in the countries in Africa have not been conducive enough for ownership, rehabilitation, illicit capital and transfer pricing, and localization of the minerals in terms of, because just 3 years ago, I was the keynote address speaker at, in the DRC. And I asked the mining minister, how many people locally own mines? And he says, no one. And then I asked the Chamber of Mines chair president, how many people in your country own mines? No one. And yet the DRC has been independent since 1963. Then I said, okay, I pledged to them. I said, I'm going to go back to the African Union Parliament, and I'm going to ask the Bureau, under the leadership of President Sharambura, for us to invite the South African Portfolio Committee chairs of different departments, Department of Mines, Trade and Industry, Agriculture, you name it, to come and share with us in your committees in terms of the road we travel, what the legislation does. Because in that meeting in the DRC, I also said to my presentation, we did a research in terms of the Johannesburg Stock Exchange mines. From 2004 to 2010, we didn't even look at the companies that are not listed, nor did we look at the Junior Stock Exchange. But in 10 years, the market cap by 2014, in terms of the 49 companies that were listed in the Johannesburg Stock Exchange, was 2.574 trillion. And the ownership of the people in South Africa, just in 49 companies, was 669 billion. And to date, if you have to look at the ownership beyond, in all of countries and all the other sectors, I mean, non-listed and listed, junior listed, you'll find that it's even more. So what I would like to do, Mr. President, is for us to then appeal to the Speaker of South Africa for us to come and share with you what we've done in terms of the legislation of every department, whether you own a bank, whether you own a farm, whether you own a mine, in terms of the ownership. And then also to share with you the road we traveled and how in the rural economy, because you see that you talk about dignified rural economy, we have in the rural economy, the tribal communities are supposed to own net less than 5% according to the mining charter. And then just last year, I mean, there's one of the mines that I have, there are 7 tribes that own 7%. They were getting 293 million dividends. They build their own schools, their own roads, their own clinics. They don't expect the government to give the money. It can also be done. And the good thing is the companies, the multi-conglomerates that are mining here, they also mine in the rest of Africa. So if they can comply to those rules here, they will then comply to the other rules. So we need your terms of reference that when you come to Africa, we must have rules. If it's mining, not less than 30% must be owned by indigenous people. And then the person will say, I don't have money. The person with the money will then contribute for the shares. And then when dividends are paid, you pay back with the shares, the dividends, with the dividends for the shares. Now, illicit capital and transfer pricing, I once presented in South African Parliament this topic about illicit capital and transfer pricing. You find that there's a tendency for companies, whether it's mining or non-mining, to then contribute less tax in the country because they sell to themselves the minerals for a reduced price, and yet the market price could be more. And then they come to the government, they say they can't pay tax because there's no income. What they don't say to the government is that they undercut the price of the commodity that they sell to themselves, and they don't reflect the real test. Then Judge Dennis Davis' commission was created by the former late Minister Pravin Gordhan to look into it. And President Mbeki now, he's the chairperson of the illicit capital and transfer pricing, because billions of money is being not paid in tax by the mining companies and non-mining companies. And also when we talk about beneficiation, the exportation of our ore must stop. We have a law in South Africa, Section 26 of the Minerals and Petroleum Resources Development Act. Section 26 makes it very clearly that beneficiation must happen in South Africa. So those laws also states that if you are a mining company and you sell to an offshore producer that's going to take your mineral and produce the end product, that producer must tell the Minister of Mines what they produces. The Minister of Mines, in consultation with the Minister of Trade and Industry, will then say to you, why are you building your Caterpillar machines in Germany? Why can't you build it in South Africa, in a special economic zone where there's tax incentives, where it's cheaper? So what I'm saying is that I would love us to share with each other and learn from each other in terms of what we've done since we've been liberated. So the economic liberalization should continue, and the colonialism should not prevail. And then, of course, I'm very worried when you look at now to date, we've got President Trump who's going to impose the sanctions, and also into South Africa, but more so the tariffs. There's nothing that's going to happen if we're going with Africa in terms of ownership, in terms of profit, in terms of income. We are going to die. You know, our economies are going to go even less and less. And then I know, Mr. President, I spoke to you about let us look at the tariffs and let us see how we can collectively interact with the Trump's advisors to see as African Union Parliament how we can create a harmonious interaction between America and the rest of Africa in a way that when Trump, who has already contributed $500 billion in just one country in DRC, the DRC is like a continent on its own, very rich in alternative minerals. And every country in the world would like to have these minerals that Africa has. So in conclusion, all I want to say is that I've been in and out of South African Parliament, helping to the design of the legislation in mining. And from the design of the legislation in mining, all other sectors of the economy also created their legislation, copying us. So I would appeal to us, to Bureau, and the leadership of you, Mr. President, that we should please have the next committee, invite the portfolio committee chair people of different departments, let them all come and present their charter, the BBB codes, the Black Economic Empowerment Charter, to show how ownership can prevail, the way it prevails in South Africa, how we can then copy from each other, learn from each other, and share with each other in terms of what the deliverables are, and also how we can make sure that taxation is paid, whether it's a mining company, whether it's a manufacturing company, taxation must be paid. So we look at the laws of transfer pricing, illicit capital, about how Judge Dennis Davis, the commission said, and then must also talk about skills transfer. We should try and make sure that indigenously we can build our own mines, so the skills transfer can be done. And you know, Mr. President, I just want to thank you for allowing me to be here. But I would thank you even more if we can continue doing that in terms of the next sessions of for the committees, and then we'll also make sure that we'll let you go and visit these companies or these areas what I'm talking about. See the case study and see what has happened, and see how we can then collect whatever information and learn from you while you can also share with us what we have done. Thank you very much.
While listening to you, Honorable Motsepe, I was just wondering, how does a beautiful head like yours keep so much of information there without referring to any written text, and you can give us that kind of information? But we really welcome the input that you have made and gave us a lot of food for thought, Honorable President. I'm sure you agree that what Honorable Motsepe has given us is a lot of food for thought, and we need to take you up on that. Thank you very much for your input, much appreciated. We now go on to the interventions, and the first intervention that I would like to invite is from Honorable Fateh Botbig, who will now present an interpretation. Honorable Fateh, she's not here? Okay, I will move on to the next intervention, and that's from Beja Lamali from Algeria. Not here also? Oh. No, she's not here.
Honorable members, I can see the list almost, there is a redundancy. Some of you who have taken the floor, you might allow the others to speak. Now I will ask Honorable Amina Ali Idris from Chad if you have new contributions.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, pour
Thank you very much for the floor. I also thank the presenter for their brilliant presentations. Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. We all know that Africa is a very rich continent. We have gold, diamond, copper, cobalt, oil, and many other resources, but unfortunately, all this wealth does not benefit our population. Many companies use our resources and leave with all the benefits, and they do not respect the environment or the rights of local communities, and that is called predatory mining. Our people cannot remain poor while everything is exploited. It is time that Africa keeps control of its resources and uses them for its own development. We have to make sure that the mining contracts are transparent. The public needs to know which companies are mining and how the funding is used. We need to better control mining companies and make sure that they respect our rules. Fighting against corruption is very important as well. Protecting the environment and local communities that often suffer from the consequences of this exploitation. And sometimes the population protests, and that gives very bad results, coup d'etat or anti-constitutional changes. But we also need to build a responsible governance, use our raw materials in our own countries, tax companies to fund schools and infrastructure, and also make sure that the local populations participate in decision-making. We also need to work together between our African countries. The Pan-African Parliament has to play its role. First of all, to suggest common laws, encourage transparency, and defend the interests of African people. Honorable colleagues, natural resources of Africa must serve Africa first. It must help with the development and the dignity of our people. Let us say together, enough unjust exploitation. We need equitable justice for our resources. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member, for your presentation and your inputs. We now move on to the next intervention, and that's from Mamelo Poko from Lesotho.
Thank you, Vice President, and thank you all members of the Parliament. It is always a pleasure to stand up and talk about what one is here for, talking about matters that are important to our people. I always say I come from a beautiful kingdom of Lesotho, the kingdom with the highest altitude. When we talk about this predatory mining and why are people promoting it, it's really very, very important that we understand that for as long as we don't have proper laws to govern our mining systems, we will have people who want to have more than they are supposed to have, people who always cheat to get what they want, regardless what are the consequences of their cheating. We have people who don't understand the priorities of a good economy, people who prioritize profits over environment and human protection, those who don't understand the social equity and ethical practices. And those people, all they know is they must have money through the African resources, through our mines, and through everything that Africa have. Coming from Lesotho, I will not talk more about mining, but I will talk about mining because my people, Basotho people, worked in South Africa. They left homes and come to work in South Africa as migrant laborers. And they went back home tired and very sick because we don't have proper regulations or laws. It is so difficult for those people to be paid by Anglo, all the mines that they were working with, until they went to the court and claimed their money. And they are not able to get their money because the case was in South Africa. And the company that was supposed to help them get their money was registered in South Africa. And every law and every regulation on how to get that money is so impossible. That is because as Africans, we do not have, we did not see that we need to cooperate things to make things easier because we work with each other. Apart from that, since I think 2023, it has not been easy for foreign miners to get work in South Africa. mines. It has been very difficult. I think now they started to be desperate. And I will stand here and say, our people are dying because they have decided to take away that kills them. They get a lot of money from what is called zamazama. They sell gold and they get pure money. Where are they selling that gold to? Who are the owners of those illegal groups? It's unfortunate because those people, they don't care about the lives of those Africans who are dying and who are suffering. But what is the root cause? Why have they opted for that illegal mining practice? That is what we have to find. The root cause for illegal mining and work on that root cause, because if we don't, people will continue to die. There will be instability around those mines or those illegal mines, and they will, South Africa and all the neighboring countries that people are working in those mines will have no peace. So both countries who our people turn into illegal miners in South Africa must come, sit with South Africa and find out why. Why are people dying? Why are our people being killed? What is happening? How do we go about it and how do we correct that? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. Honorable members, we are running out of time. We need to limit our time. With your permission, we will give only 2 minutes to intervention, to next interventions. In this regard, I will allow Honorable Professor Randa from Egypt. You have the floor, Honorable.
Indeed, predatory mining in Africa remains a persistent challenge, as many extractive activities are carried out with little regard for environmental, social, or economic impacts. Foreign and local actors often exploit weak regulations, leading to the depletion of natural resources, environmental degradation, displacement of communities, and limited benefits for local population. Yes, there is an urgent need to combat corruptions and enforce transparent contracts, to strengthen laws to protect lands rights, labor rights, and the environment, to promote ethical resource governance where natural wealth is managed fairly, sustainably, and in a way that benefits African citizens, encourage community participation and fair revenue sharing mechanisms. Ultimately, ethical governance of Africans' resources is a key to turning its mineral wealth into a driver of inclusive development rather than a source of conflict and inequality. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Honorable Member from Egypt, for your input. The next intervention is from the Honorable Nsambe from Uganda. It's not in the chamber, I'm told. Okay, we'll move on to the next Honorable Member, and that's the Honorable Fagnon from Benin.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The theme that is being considered poses a problem that is linked to the responsibilities of countries in terms of enforcing legislation and regulations. I would like to suggest that each country finds all the illegal mines. I don't know if it's because I'm a former mayor, but we need to associate local communities, create an association with them. We have a mining vision for Africa. The African Union has evaluation of performance and a center for mining development. So why don't we ask the relevant committees so that we know exactly what the situation is at the moment? This is a socio-economic disaster from South Africa to Ghana through Liberia and Sierra Leone. Since 1976, the fourth United Nations conference held in Nairobi had decided that developing countries should adopt programs to handle mining resources. Mr. Chairman, if we are able to summarize what the African Union has done up to now, perhaps we need to find out if institutions that exist have ratified protocols and if there is a funding program. In that way, we will be able to adopt a coherent action plan that will get us to collaborate with regional parliaments. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. Now I will give floor to Honorable Bonas from South Africa. Not in the chamber. Honorable Zulu from Zambia.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Mr. President, I just want to look at a different angle. Africa, we are good at crying and blaming the West over whatever we do. I want us to look at our type of education in mining. You only see people doing mining when they are at the tertiary schools, at the universities. This is where we see people doing mining, studying mining. When you go to Germany, a primary school kid is taught mining as early as 8 years. And this is where we are killing ourselves as a continent. Predatory mining has brought a lot of problems in our continent, especially those coming from the eastern part of eastern world. You see that a good number of countries, my country, Zambia, DRC, you find that we are highly affected with this. And I don't like calling ourselves as Africans that we are illegal miners in our own continent. It's the law. Us as politicians, us as parliamentarians, we haven't set up a good standard. Our legislation has been weak. We need to work on the legislation so that this issue of illegal mining come to an end. If we work on it, we'll find that people are going to contribute a good amount of money. Today, gold is mined in Africa. Congo, Zambia, Zimbabwe, you find that there's so much gold, but it's not accounted for. Maybe the only countries in Africa not accounted for it's Ghana, South Africa, and Tanzania. But how come? If you look at the production of gold in DRC, in Zimbabwe, in Zambia, who counts for it? No one. We have people. I'm happy that Ambassador Misepe, I said something very important. How much money as African countries are we contributing into just buying shares in these big companies we have in Africa? The companies who comply in South Africa, they won't comply in Zimbabwe, neither are they going to comply in Congo nor Zambia. Why? Because as Africa, we are divided. We don't work as a team. It's my prayer, Honorable President, we need to come up with a model where we are going to compel every investor in Africa to comply with country A and country B at the same level. Then we are going to see tangible development or tangible changes in terms of contribution to our treasuries. Our treasuries are always empty because the so-called mining giants are not contributing enough. If you check at the report, I was checking on the report where they said the 66 million in Zambia. It wasn't the 66 million, Mr. President. It was a lot of money, undeclared. And this is what is happening in our continent. So as African Parliament, let's come up with a solution. We advise our country so that we can achieve. Let's not keep on crying. The West, no Europeans, they will never have a goodwill for Africa. They will never support you because this is an incubator of their wealth. They know that they need to get wealth from Africa. Other than Africa, they've got nothing to to do. And as African, we've been brainwashed that it's only them who can think and we cannot think. This is why we've got a problem. We need to understand that we can do more than they can do. Mr. President, thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. We now move on to the next intervention, and that's from the Honourable Sibongile Mamba from Eswatini.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the presentation. I have comments and a question. My comment is, in my country, the mining is under one ministry. It is just privatized. But what I am getting from this presentation is that some people own the mines. But my question is, if we have the mines, I think from the school syllabus, we should have a course on mining to avoid the problems of mining. We have seen in the news the problem of illegal miners, and they are dying, of which I think the government should have a syllabus in schools to avoid the dying of people. Another concern is that the presentation, whose presentation stated that the poor countries with minerals, the people are poor, but the country is wealthy. What I would say is that not only the people who are poor, even the miners who are working within the mines are also very poor, such that they have nothing to spend after being, if they are sacked or resign from work. The intervention, I think, would be to start processing the minerals, because if you process, they create employment, and also some of the families are able to have investments from if they were employed. Another thing was that the presenter said that PAP to promote participation of communities. I asked myself, how can they participate if the owner of the mine is for individuals or even is a private sector? How can they participate? That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. Now I will give floor to Honorable Daka from Zambia. Not in the chamber? Okay, Honorable Rahba from Kenya.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Africa is rich in mineral share, yet there are so many people who are suffering. We have gold, oil, and there are the elements that power the global digital and green economics. We have so many challenges. We have corruption and elite capture of resources revenues, destruction of the environment and displacement of communities. Our youth, majority of them, they don't have jobs, and yet we can create many jobs from the minerals we have in our countries. Honorable Chair, we need to have transparency from licensing to revenue reporting. Citizens must have access to accurate information. We also need to have accountability. We need to account. Governments, companies, and even community leaders must be held answerable for decisions that affect public resources. Local community must benefit directly from the wealth of their land. It is their right. This means jobs, social services, and meaningful consultations. We must mine responsibly. These include land reclamation, environment protection, and consideration for future generations. We must have a policy to achieve ethical resources governance. We propose the strengthen legal and institutional frameworks. We must engage the community, ensure free, prior, and informed consent in all affected communities before mining. Environment protection should be strictly regulated. Environment impact assessment and enforced reclamation and pollution control measures. The role of leadership and youth, we need to call upon political leaders. We don't have a goodwill as politicians. We need to demonstrate integrity and vision. Let us reject short-term gain and work towards long-term prosperity for all our people. Let us also empower African youth. They are not just the future, but key players in demanding accountability today and forever. Mining should not destroy, it should develop, it should not divide, it should unite. Let us govern our resources ethically and wisely. For if we get that right, we can unlock a new era of African-led growth built on justice and sustainability and dignity. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable. Now I will give floor to Honorable Hussein Mohammed Ali of Djibouti.
Merci.
Thank you, Chairperson, for giving me the floor. I also should like to congratulate the presenters for their very detailed presentations. Since this morning, we have considered many relevant themes relevant to our continent and to our people. Africa is rich, but its people are not. Often our resources are extracted without any benefit for local populations or without a benefit to our environment. Predatory mining is a reality. It destroys our lands, feeds corruption, and keeps us being dependent. The time has come to lead once again. We need sovereign governance, sustainable governance for our resources. Honorable colleagues, I should like to suggest some recommendations. The first one being adoption of a Pan-African Charter for responsible mining of natural resources. Secondly, creation of a Pan-African Observatory that is autonomous. Thirdly, set up a solidarity fund for affected communities. Fourthly, integration of climate criteria that would be mandatory for any future mining activity. Dear colleagues, Africa cannot be a reservoir of raw materials. It has to become an industrial power, an ecological power. Honorable colleagues, let us make sure that our Parliament is the custodian of our resources and also of our future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. We now move on to the next Honourable Member to present this intervention, and that is from the Honourable Hamdani Bakar from the Comoros.
Merci, Monsieur le
Thank you, Chairman. I cannot continue my comments without thanking the presenters who have proved to us whose presentations were so brilliant. Concerning the theme we are discussing, we realize that on the African continent, when we speak about the presence of mining resources, this should be rhyming with development, with industrial capacity, and also the development of all sectors. However, unfortunately, we have another aspect to consider that is negative, because mining resources go together with environmental degradation, and that is through deforestation, pollution, and also the poverty and the loss of biodiversity and land. And this also excludes local communities. We also take note of the fact that predatory mining also goes hand in hand with excluding local communities, but also with an absence of compensation, because we note that in certain areas, local people are displaced, and not only are they displaced, but this also leads to social conflicts that are endless. We are in a world full of corruption, but also bad governance due to embezzlement of funds and a lack of responsibility. We have those mineral and mining resources, but let us not forget that this leads to extractive industries that are very fragile. There is a dependency towards export without these raw materials being processed in our countries. What are we expecting from a PAP? We know perfectly well that the issue of raw materials is of economic and and environmental importance and political importance. So how do we promote ethical governance? And this is where we call upon the Pan-African Parliament to strengthen legal frameworks and to help almost all countries, members of the Pan-African Parliament, to fight against the abuse of multinational companies. We have many large companies that are the source and the reason for this destruction and for the looting of our continent. We urge the Pan-African Parliament to involve local populations from various countries, and by also setting up policies according to which PAP should play a role of vector to persuade our leaders to involve local populations and to protect them. We also need to demand that mining companies should launch environmental impact studies and have social studies, not only social studies, but rigorous and serious studies, encourage local processing of resources so that we can create added value. Let us not forget that it is time to stimulate the countries to set up mechanisms so that we can lead to a sovereign fund to manage mining or mineral resources long term.
Voilà en quelque sorte.
So that's where my paper is. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable President, honorable members. Before I hand over to my President, His Excellency Chief Fortune Charimbura, I would like to urge South African Parliament during this summit of P20, it's for the first time in African soil. We would like to urge you to take as much as possible more members from Pan-African Parliament and across the continent. Secondly, also to push the P20, like the G20 received AU as a full member, to also to push the P20 to recognize as full member of P20 Pan-African Parliament. And also my message to European partners, we don't need any misunderstanding. We need Europe more than before, today. Today we need Europe. Europe with new mentality, Europe with finance, Europe with new job creation. We need you. We want you to keep our natural resource in Africa, add value, create job, to be a good partner, to work with us, to be with us. That's very important for Africa. And also, especially in carbon trading, Africa is not benefiting. We expect our European Parliament to champion that carbon trading so that Africa benefit out of it. We have so many trees, but we are not getting money. We know how much Amazon is making money out of it, but we have so many trees in Africa. We are cultivating each and every country in Africa. They are doing a lot, but we are not benefiting out of it. Excellencies, dear Mr. President, thank you for your, Honorable Bedele, it's not me now. Allow you, Mr. President.
Yeah, but I requested for a statement.
Yes, no,
I don't know why I was left
Mr.
out.
President will allow you From my part, I already handed over to His Excellency. Even I'm taking his time.
Yeah, but
Your
why
Excellency,
should
with your
some members be excluded?
No, you will proceed with him. Okay. So, His Excellency President will allow you, I hope. So thank you, Mr. President. Dear colleagues from my co-chairs from South Africa, thank you for being with us.
Thank you, my co-chair. I see Honorable Bideri would like to take the floor. Then we also have summary of conference highlights and takeaways. And then I'll hand over to my co-chair to preside over the adoption of the joint communique. And then we close. If we can be very efficient in doing that, because indeed people who are here are tired but very committed. Honorable Bideri.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm complaining because I sent in my, I requested for intervention and I thought my name would be read. So whether there is selective...
Honorable
yes,
Bideri.
thank you.
Don't worry about that.
Thank you so much.
You have the floor, just summarize.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Well, I wanted to make an intervention, and before I do that, I want to thank the presenters for really articulating the issue of predatory mining. But I just wanted to come to the myth that we all know, that natural resources are a curse to the African countries. But I don't believe it is so, because we have countries that have successfully utilized their natural resources, like Botswana. It's more of a blessing than a curse to it. I think we heard from Ambassador Motsepe from South Africa, the way South Africa has benefited from its natural resources. So I really think that this myth of natural resources being a curse, I think we need to remove that in our mindset. But what I think is a problem is that where it is seen as a curse, you can link it to challenges of bad governance, where the use of those natural resources cannot be accounted for. The contracts are signed in an opaque manner. There's no transparency. And you can also trace a lot of corruption in those countries. That's where I think the major problem is. And when obviously there are challenges of governance, it means that the local communities where those minerals are found are completely excluded from the management of those resources. And therefore, naturally, you would expect resentments. And obviously, those countries also have a lack of a clear vision on how they want to explore those natural resources. So really, in a nutshell, you will find that these natural resources tend to benefit the elite in those societies, in those countries, because they do not want to open it up to the local population to benefit. The second one that I want to come to, which is the last one actually, is that I would pledge that some of the recommendations that we make, either as committees or as presenters, should actually be well informed. They must be based on evidence. In one of the presentations, one of the recommendations that came out from it is that companies and states tend to finance conflict where there are those natural resources. I don't think that kind of recommendation makes a lot of sense, especially if we have not been able to carry out a thorough analysis as to why those conflicts happen in those particular areas. If that was the case, you would find that conflicts would be all over in all countries that have natural resources. So I think as we make those recommendations, we should really be sure that, for the Pan-African Parliament to adopt such recommendations, they should really be based on evidence, well-informed information that can be able to put to test such recommendations now and even in the future. So I just wanted to say that with the recommendations where we are saying companies and states tend to support or finance conflicts in certain countries, I don't think it makes a lot of sense. That is my intervention, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Dr. Guy, Honorable.
Honorable members, hopefully we treated you very well. All co-chairs, we never select anyone. We give opportunities to everyone. Honorable Bedeli, your name was not in the list, but when you sent even the last intervention, we accommodated. During last intervention, you were the one who gave the last request, and we accommodated. So that word might not fit. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, please, I can feel for you also the way how tired you are, but at the same time, your commitment to duty, and also just the good spirit in you of respecting leadership. That although we are a bit late, but you can't leave. But so we want also to be sensitive to that situation that you are in. The program says summary of conference highlights and takeaways by me, President of PAP. I find this at the moment, because of time constraints, why don't we just listen to this? It will just be the same thing. Adoption of joint communique, presentation, approval, and recommendations. It's just basically, I'll be repeating the same things or preempting what is coming in the communique. So I would rather then request that we have the adoption of the joint communique and the presentation and approval of recommendations. And then closing remarks is a part of that. And then we go. That should be less than 10 minutes. And I then hand over to the chairperson of the NCOP, Parliament of South Africa. Oh, yes. To assist, yes, to assist the Right Honorable Excellency, the Philly Span, is the Clerk of Parliament, who I know she has a document that is more than 20 pages, and I've seen it. But we agreed that she just talk of headings only. We don't need to go, and then members can benefit from the full document later. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair and co-chair of this meeting. I have the responsibility of reading out the key outcomes of this platform. Given the time constraints that the rapporteurs have carried out this work, the communiqué is at this point presented as a draft and yet to be reviewed, translated into 4 languages for the benefit of honorable members of the Pan-African Parliament, validate. However, under the guidance of the chair, I will read out only the highlights of the discussions, and once the document has been translated and cleaned by both sides, both technical sides, it will be shared for formal adoption. Honorable President and co-chairs of this platform, the present symposium, convened under the theme Harnessing Parliamentary Diplomacy for the Realization of Global Solidarity, Equality, and Sustainability, was held on 2 days, the 25th of July and the 28th of July. The joint forum conceived of a set of consultations and conversations to be held between the Parliament of South Africa and structures of the Pan-African Parliament. There was an engagement involving the Committee on Gender, Family, Youth, and People with Disabilities of the Pan-African Parliament, which also encompassed the Parliament's Youth Caucus and Women's Caucus. Key to these discussions was the need to discuss and debate the role of African parliaments in addressing African youth challenges and empowerment. 2, the role of African Parliament in advancing women's status and gender equality. These 2 elements took the form of a meeting that was a precursor to a more substantive plenary debate that took place today. The following themes were discussed: trade and justice and improved global market access for African agricultural products, climate resilience, adaptation with reference to the Nairobi Declaration, and addressing predatory mining and promoting ethical resource governance. I now proceed to read the key outcomes and recommendations of the first engagement on the 25th of July 2025. After a set of preambular provisions in this document, the following issues were identified on the theme relating to women and youth. Issue number 1, visibility and inclusion deficit in Africa, the persistent marginalization of women and youth in global forums and policy processes. 2, structural barriers to gender equality. Only 26% of MPs in Africa are women. Discriminatory laws were identified. GBV was mentioned as an issue. Child marriage, and despite robust continental instruments. The issue of the youth demographic dividend of Africa being at risk was raised. It was identified that whilst over 60% of Africa's population is under 25, without targeted investment, the dividend will not materialize. 4, the need for implementation mechanisms and the absence of them in Africa. There was recognition that there was still need for gender-responsive budgeting in most African countries. Data systems needed to be strengthened, and stronger oversight structures to ensure women's representation in various public institutions, including parliaments. The outcomes agreed included an agreement that the Pan-African Parliament will table and refine the model law on gender equity and equality and use it as a harmonizing tool across member states. There was a consensus to produce a unified position for the P20 reflecting women and youth priorities. There was a commitment to strengthen parliamentary diplomacy to secure resources resources that would lead to policy shifts for women and youth at the G20 and P20. And there was a resolution to institutionalize monitoring tools such as scorecards, budget trackers, gender and youth disaggregated data systems. Specific recommendations addressed to the Pan-African Parliament were the following: the finalization and adoption of a model law on gender, children, and people and disability during a subsequent session. 2, to establish a PAP gender and youth budget tracking dashboard that would enable the Parliament to review national allocations to gender and youth and report to each subsequent plenary. There was a mandate proposed for each committee to mainstream youth and gender indicators into their reports. and reiterated that PAP has a position paper presented to the P20 and subsequently, and through that mechanism to the G20 in the course of the year. To national parliaments of AU member states, the following recommendations were raised or were made: that national parliaments should amend laws and strengthen laws on gender equality and protection, should institutionalize gender-responsive budgeting, and should ratify and implement the AU Convention on Violence Against Women and GBV. There should also be youth employment and skills frameworks aligned with the ACFTA, as well as industrialization strategies. For the specific purpose of the South African P20 presidency and G20, it was proposed that this forum elevate youth development, inclusive economies, and digital innovation as a core P20 agenda pillar with measurable commitments. 2, to champion a global parliamentary compact on gender equality, creating a window for the inclusion of women in climate justice issues, health issues, and economic issues. There was also a recommendation that leading up to the P20 engagements, a series of youth and women town halls and side events be conducted to deepen the conversations relating to this demographic group, and that this forum should develop a set of declarations to be presented before the P20. To the African Union Commission and other AU policy organs, the following recommendations were made: that PAP institutes a monitoring architecture that would assist to provide the African Union with data on the extent to which women and youth are included in decision-making processes, that the Parliament should mainstream, we should push for the mainstreaming of the model law, of its model law on gender equality and equity into all AU legal processes. To development partners, private sector, and civil society, the following recommendations were made: that private sector and development partners, as well as civil society, invest more in youth skills, innovation, and entrepreneurship pipelines, with a focus on STEM elements. And then also that the private sector be encouraged, as well as development partners, be encouraged to invest in gender equity implementation gaps. And that finally, at community level, development partners be encouraged to increase the community level accountability platforms. On session 1, which is on trade, justice, and improved global market access for African agricultural products, after a set of preambular provisions, the meeting reaffirmed the following: that agriculture is a cornerstone of Africa's socio-economic development and employs over 70% of Africa's population. 2, that the prosperity of African farmers, especially smallholder farmers, is essential to food security in Africa. That it is important for rural development and sustainable livelihoods to be invested in by African governments and development partners, and that the African continental free trade area presents a transformative opportunity for intra-African trade and global competitiveness for the smallholder farmer. Acknowledging the challenges, the following challenges were highlighted: the persistence of trade injustices rooted in high tariffs, non-tariff barriers, high tariffs, tariff barriers, unfair subsidies, protectionist trade practices. The climate change crisis was also mentioned, and its disproportionate impact on African agriculture. The barriers faced by African farmers in meeting stringent sanitary and phytosanitary measures were also raised, and environmental challenges, both man-made and natural, were also raised. It was resolved as follows: to advance, that all effort be placed behind advancing intra-African agricultural trade through the instrumentality of the African Continental Free Trade Area and through the harmonization of regulatory frameworks across sub-regions of Africa. It was also resolved that there should be support of agricultural financing initiatives to address the funding challenges of farmers, including through private and public and private partnerships. It was further agreed to engage that the Pan-African Parliament and the South African Parliament engage in parliamentary diplomacy with counterparts in the United States and the European Union, as well as in other G20 countries, in order to seek the revision of discriminatory and prohibitive trade tariffs, also to ensure the continuity and inclusiveness of Africa under AGOA, and also to secure equitable transition periods under stringent environmental regulations. It was also agreed to promote climate resilient agriculture by advocating for the adoption of mitigation strategies, climate smart technologies, and adaptive policy frameworks for Africa. Overall, there was an agreement to strengthen multilateralism and to resist unilateral measures that undermine the development prospects of African nations, and this there was a call that this spirit starts with Africa and within Africa itself. There was a call to action for the African Union and its member states to prioritize agriculture and trade in their development agendas, for international partners to collaborate with Africa on a fair, inclusive, and sustainable global trade system, and for parliaments to play a proactive role in legislating for trade justice and holding governments accountable for international trade commitments at the national level. With regard to session 2, which was on climate resilience and adaptation, mobilizing parliamentary action for climate change, after a number of preambular paragraphs, there was a recognition that the issue of climate change was an emergency for Africa, that Africa was warming at twice the global average, resulting in more frequent and intense droughts, floods, storms, wildfires, heat waves, and associated crises, including humanitarian crises. That the meeting also then noted with grave concern that global pledges under the Paris Agreement were not being met, with temperatures already exceeding 2%, and developed countries failing to fulfill climate finance commitments to Africa, including the promised 100 billion per year. The platform expressed its alarm at the rise in unilateral mechanisms such as the Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism that threatens Africa's export sector without considering the continent's limited capacity for decarbonization. On the role of parliaments in climate action, there was an affirmation that African parliaments must be central actors in the fight against climate change through the following measures. Through enactment and harmonization of climate legislation and policy. 2, through oversight of national climate plans and budgets. 3, through advocacy for equitable international climate finance. And 4, through the promotion of green investments, just transition strategies, and renewable energy initiatives. There was a commitment to strengthening climate-sensitive budget oversight to ensure climate finance is mobilized transparently and utilized effectively, and that the benefits should inure to the most vulnerable communities. There was also a call for enhanced collaboration amongst parliaments within Africa and their counterparts abroad to align legislative efforts to promote climate education and develop constituency-based resilience programs, including awareness campaigns and locally adapted initiatives. There was also a call for climate justice and equity. In this regard, the platform reiterated that climate finance must be needs-based, grant-based, must be need-based and accessible, and rejected the conversion of climate grants into loans that increase debt burdens. The platform urged developed countries to, 1, honor and exceed their climate finance commitments, ensure fair access to funds for African countries, including capacity building support, reformed the eligibility and called for a reform of the eligibility criteria to eliminate barriers for least developed countries. There was also a demand that any future global trade mechanism should respect the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capabilities, and that this should be adapted to Africa's development context. The following specific recommendations were made. There was a call for greater collaboration between the Parliament of the Republic of South Africa and the Pan-African Parliament, together with other national and regional parliaments, to establish the following. Establish a parliamentary climate action network to coordinate legislative responses for Africa and to address climate challenges. To promote integration of climate considerations into policy sectors, including health, agriculture, energy, infrastructure, and education, and to support the development of climate resilient infrastructure and early warning systems, and advocate for climate resilient agricultural practices. There was also a call for African parliaments and the Pan-African Parliament in particular to actively engage at global platforms using its parliamentary diplomacy mechanisms at platforms such as the COP30 and the G20 in order to shape Africa's voice in global climate governance. With regard to predatory mining and promoting ethical resource governance, after a number of preambular provisions in which commitments are reaffirmed, the platform, one, condemned the practice of predatory mining, denouncing all forms of exploitative and predatory mining practices that strip Africa of its mineral wealth, degrade its ecosystems, and displace communities and deepen inequalities. There was also a reaffirmation of African sovereignty and its sovereign right to govern its own govern and benefit from its own natural resources in a manner that promotes its people and promotes inclusive development and intergenerational equity. There was also a commitment to ethical resource governance for Africa, committing to advancing national and regional legislation that aligns with the Africa mining vision, the Sustainable Development Goals, Agenda 2063, the Africa that we want, and principles of environmental, social, and fiscal justice. There was also a call for binding international frameworks that this platform committed to use the G20 to urge upon international community to move beyond voluntary codes and adopt binding codes in favor of Africa, and to ensure that corporate accountability and prevention of illicit financial flows from the extractive sector measures of this nature are undertaken. There was also then a resolve by the platform to enhance parliamentary oversight to ensure free, prior, and informed consent, particularly for affected communities, and to formalize artisanal and small-scale mining whilst ensuring the safety, dignity, and fair returns of the communities in which these mines are hosted. There was also an encouragement of the harmonization of mining legislation through the Pan-African Parliament's legislative mechanisms, harmonizing these across regional blocks of Africa, and reaffirming the support for the African peer review mechanisms reviews that also, together with the Pan-African Parliament's efforts, would strengthen transparency in natural resource governance. And then finally, there was a call for the Pan-African Parliament to call upon global partners to support Africa's mineral-driven green transitions through equitable financing and technology. Honorable co-chairs, as indicated, these are highlights. There's a more comprehensive report that will be technically scrubbed by both sides, and additions made and presented for review and validation. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the clerk of PAP. Honorable members, we would like to take this opportunity to sincerely thank the presenters and the honorable members for their valuable contributions to this important session. Your insights and contributions have greatly enriched our understanding and will significantly inform our collective resolves as African countries during the upcoming deliberation at the G20 as well as the P20. To this end, PAP remains a valuable platform for learning and sharing best practices and access to comparative experiences. To our ambassadors, we sincerely thank you for being part of us during our deliberations. To our co-hosts, we extend our heartfelt thanks for steering the ship alongside us. To our staff, as led by the clerk of PAP, we thank you for making our work easier. Asante sana.
Thank you so much.
Merci beaucoup. Muito obrigado. Thank you.
I can only then thank the chairperson of the Council of Provinces for leading a team from the Parliament of South Africa to this chamber. And we say thank you very much. Thank you very much to the MPs, both from South African Parliament and PAP. This should be the way we should work. This parliament is a parliament for citizens of the continent, and more so yourselves, the representatives of the citizens of this continent. I thank you. Muito obrigado.